Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind. And now, the Freedom Reporters.
Good evening, everyone. Let me get that off my face. We are live, and welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. I'm Rick Walker, and you're watching the Freedom Reporters, but I'm flying solo tonight. Brendan still off, enjoying a weekend off, taking care of his family. But not to worry, we have Carla Olson on the ground in Ottawa still tonight, feeding us video, and she'll be joining us on the broadcast a little later. Hopefully not too much later. We're eager to find out exactly what her take is on the events today during the Rolling Thunder and Veterans for Freedom events in the nation's capital. I can tell you that we were on live earlier in the day as the main events were held at the War Memorial, and things there went off, I think, reasonably smoothly. We really didn't see anything that could be described as a major incident. Things were peaceful. The cops were out in huge numbers and took a very strong stance, to say the least, as things were sort of wrapping up with the biker convoy, which was not allowed to go into the downtown area or right into the area where the War Memorial is located. But as that was wrapping up at an intersection near the War Memorial, police moved in, formed a strong line, and started pushing the protesters slowly back off the road to sort of force an end to the gathering at that location. But since then, we've seen marches through the downtown area, people still on foot. There's still a large crowd down there, even tonight. Last night was a different mood, a different story, and we can update you on what the latest information is from police. We can tell you that the police presence was very heavy during the second day of the Rolling Thunder biker event. Veterans for Freedom did host their memorial service at the National War Memorial. It was about 10 a.m. this morning that we went live down there with Carla, and we showed you that there were speeches down there, and we're going to rerun a little bit of that for people tonight in case they weren't able to tune in earlier today. And then a procession of about 400 motorcycles, which were in a staging area, made their way down from a parking lot down toward the War Memorial, but weren't actually allowed to go in, and then circled around, and police directed them back out along a designated route. So the people, after the ceremony at the War Memorial, had walked down, gathered, watched the motorcycles do a drive-by, and it was fairly uneventful. Some complaints from some of the people there that they couldn't really see the bikes because the cops were sort of in the way, because they had a lot of cops there. So overall, though, I would say that it went off fairly smoothly, and probably that was the best that we could hope for, because we didn't want to see anybody arrested. We didn't want to see anybody get hurt. We wanted everything to remain peaceful, and that's pretty much what we got. So at the end of that service, the crowd then marched back down along Elgin Street. That's where they met the motorcycles. The cops stopped the motorcycle convoy. It was about 2 blocks away from the National War Memorial. And then they had the motorcycles travel back out along that designated route. One person was arrested, apparently, according to police, during an incident on Elgin Street. And that happened while the motorcycle convoy was happening. We don't have all the details about that, but as far as we know, today, only the one arrest. They had reinforcements come in from the OPP. Over 800 RCMP officers were there to reinforce what was happening in the downtown area. And the mayor, actually, Jim Bell, he went down there and did actually speak with reporters, mainstream reporters, on the scene. So police did issue this media release about what happened overnight at 11:55 p.m. last night. We will bring this release up so you can see it. And this is the most recent, the newest release published by Ottawa Police, although they have made other statements to certain media outlets, and we'll run a clip for you with the mayor of Ottawa, who updates us on the situation there as well. But according to this release, the Ottawa Police Service continues to manage demonstrations in the downtown core of Ottawa, and they've been very aggressive, I can tell you. And so in total, as of last night at 11:55 p.m., 7 people were arrested for various charges, including assaulting police, they say. 24 vehicles were towed out of the area. They say the demonstration preparation began Thursday night. They did set up barricades. We saw that. On Friday, other police partner agencies moved in, and they were tracking convoys of vehicles heading into the area. We saw police in riot gear down there, and yellow vests, helmets, visors, all the gear. And there was some congestion down there. Then we brought you live video last night from the scene with Carla on the street. And the cops at one point decided to declare the protest an occupation, apparently. Or that's what they told protesters, who I guess turned to go in a different direction that the cops didn't like. And at that point, they said, no, now it's an occupation. So at that point, they became more aggressive, formed a line, began pushing people off the streets, pushing people back. And that was last night. The mood last night was not what we saw today. It was more aggressive last night. There was a lot more volatility. It felt much more chaotic. Today, it seemed like they had the plan in place, and I think that helped, and everyone was much calmer. So it was a totally different scene last night than it was today. It really felt last night like things might get out of hand. Fortunately, that did not happen, but that's the media release from 11:55 p.m. last evening. So let me pull up the clip with the mayor of Ottawa today, and we can then comment on what was said. So this was this afternoon, and we do have some fresh, raw, live video to share with you in a few moments as well from Ottawa, the nation's capital. But we're going to go now to this clip of the mayor, and we'll get his perspective, his take, which has been consistently much different than mine. So here we go.
So far, so good. I think it seems to be a peaceful protest.
This was earlier in the day,
and there's a very strong police presence, so that it doesn't turn into kind of situation that did a lot of harm in our city back in February.
Yeah, now were you watching
twice today, by the way?
Now were you watching what was happening last
Police
night?
have already assaulted people today. It's not that peaceful.
Oh, were you watching the situation unfold last night around the Rideau Center?
No, I'm going to say what I
want.
So you can hear independent journalists asking questions as well. Mayor Jim Watson pretty much ignoring them and asking him about police assaulting people today. That was the allegation from the independent journalist or live streamer. Many live streamers there, including our own small team of independent journalists out there gathering raw video, and we have another reporter on scene up there as well, and we're going to show you a video that he shot of demonstrators marching by an apartment complex and having slurs shouted, people giving them the finger and throwing water at them. But we'll get to that. In the meantime, let's just go back to the mayor, Jim Watson, during this brief scrum or interview with some reporters on the streets today. I'm surprised, honestly, that the mayor felt safe enough to go down there. But I guess with all those heavily armed and equipped police, maybe he felt it was okay to go hang out in an area that was being populated by white supremacist Nazis.
I think that situation was brought under control by about 10. A number of vehicles were towed away, about 400 parking tickets issued. And the police are taking a very strong stance because we wanted to make sure that our communities and our neighborhoods are protected. At the same time, we want to make sure that people have the right to protest, but they can't bring that kind of destruction and harm to our residential communities and our small business communities that are still suffering from the truck convoy and COVID-19.
There was a pretty big black eye on the city last go around. Lots of people lost confidence in city leadership, police leadership. Do you think that this is enough to try to restore some of that lost confidence?
Well, it's a first step. Obviously what happened in February did a lot of harm to a lot of people. Senior citizens didn't feel that they could leave their building. We had people tearing masks off one another. A lot of behavior that was just not acceptable when people were urinating on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
Lie.
Come on!
That is
Come
unacceptable
on! Stop
behavior.
it with that! Stop it! The dogs were urinating. The police dogs urinated on the monument, not people.
Unbelievable the way he keeps repeating that same lie. We know it's a lie, and yet he keeps on repeating it over and over and over again. So this was the scene earlier today as the bikers completed their cruise. You can see the police forming a perimeter around the crowd to keep everybody back. So yeah, we did go live earlier today to show you all this, but again, this was the scene earlier this morning. This was around 11. The ceremony at the War Memorial, which was really run by Veterans for Freedom, that started at 10, lasted about an hour. We can show you a little bit of that footage as well, just to bring everybody up to speed on what was going on down there. But before we do that, I'm just going to take a very brief break so that I can get things kind of queued up here. So we'll be gone for about 30 seconds. And we'll just let you watch this brief message, and we will be right back.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
So here's the coverage that we had earlier today with Carla Olson shooting this footage for us. It was live this morning, but obviously a recording here. We'll just let a little bit of this roll just so you can get a feel for what things were like down there this morning.
I'm sorry, guys. I rant. That's what I do. So thanks for listening to my rants. And like I said, if we want to move this thing forward, they're not saying we're coming out of this in 2026 until 2030. So that's why I say these things. I get up here and I try to say what's going on, try to speed this thing up a little
MC
bit. Get behind some strong Gen Xer leaders, and
I guess
let's get the compassionate revolution moving forward.
Shearer, I think his name is.
Thank you.
It's him at the microphone now.
Wow. Oh, I got one more thing to say. Haha, real good one. By the way, all the lefties that bought the Tesla, they gave Elon Musk the money to buy Twitter. All right, Daryl, where you at? Yeah. There you go, Daryl. Man, he's been everywhere. Nice rack, buddy. That's a nice thing to say in the military, okay? All right.
So this was a great speech. We're going to let this roll because this guy spoke from the heart for sure.
Good morning. My name is Warrant Officer Retired Daryl Smith. I am a steering member committee member of the Veterans for Freedom. During the Freedom Convoy, we all had the opportunity to be here and witness love, charity, and just beautiful humanity. And out of that, we as veterans, 5 of us, listening to Canadians tell us that for 2 years they didn't have hope, that they felt lost in their homes as they've been locked away, that they couldn't hug their relatives, that their family members were committing suicide, that their children had to go to school in masks and then not school at all, and then school and not school at all, learning from a computer, instilling fear into these little children. What do you think that's going to do to their future? How dare they? So we listened and we got together and we're going to unite. We currently have been around for only 4 weeks, and we are pushing 500 member applications of former service members. Now, the mainstream media likes to paint everybody with a broad brush, calling misogynist, racist, and all the other buzzwords that I don't have to go through. We know them. But that's not what we are and who we stand for. So, right here in the public eye, I am going to read to you our code of conduct that each of our members will follow, or we will voluntarily separate ourselves from that relationship. Excuse me a moment here. Apologies. As a member, you commit to conducting yourself with the utmost professionalism in accordance with the following principles. 1, uphold the fundamental rights of Canadians that are governed by the Constitution, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the Canadian Bill of Rights. 2, activating your civil responsibility to the fullest extent possible within the bounds of law and embodying a superior example of peaceful non-compliance. 3, standing against globalism, medical segregation, and a new world order that will subvert the rights and freedoms outlined in the above items. 4, conducting yourself with honor, integrity, discipline, and treating each member of the public with care and respect at all times. 5, refraining from the use of violence in any form towards any member of Canadian society, to include civilians, law enforcement, and or members of the public service at all levels of government. 6, making all possible attempts to de-escalate potential altercations between members of the public and law enforcement. 7, maintaining total sobriety at all times when present at rallies, and especially while wearing B4F insignia. 8, reporting all donations collected to be properly accounted for. 9, all invitations to speak on behalf of Veterans for Freedom are not permitted under any circumstance. If the media seems to have a narrative against any one of those 9 directives, it will be a Veterans for Freedom board member that is speaking on behalf. Okay, so if anything is portrayed in the media to be outside those lines, whether it be violence or someone's flying a flag that shouldn't be flown, it's not of us for us. And I need you to know that. And we're getting that out to the world now to get ahead of the mainstream narrative. I'm going to give you a little bit of history of what I did for the military. I did 21 years. I served in Bosnia. I did 3 combat tours in Iraq. And my final tour was a combat tour in 3 tours in Afghanistan. And my final one was a tour in Iraq in 2015. I started my career with the 3rd Battalion Royal Canadian Regiment out of Petawawa. And then when CSOR, Canadian Special Operations Regiment, stood up, I was there on day 1. And I spent 12 years doing that. It was Iraq that ended my career. I had planned to be in till 65. In fact, after that tour, I was hoping to remuster over to Chinook pilot. But the Lord had other ideas in mind. When I never actually got to go back to work when I came home from that tour, not one day. I sustained some injuries, both physically and mentally, and my life spiraled downward. In doing so, I was prescribed a whole hockey sock full of medication, and I saw the best specialists, and they did try to take care of me, and they did, and it kept me alive. However, at that bottom point, when hope was all lost, I decided I was going to take my life. I was driving on Highway 17, approaching the Petawawa River, and I closed my eyes doing 100 kilometers an hour, and I left the side of the highway, and as my tires hit the gravel to go into the river in December, my service dog put his paw on me. And the only thought I could have is that I couldn't do this to him. I was at a very, very low point. Just destroyed. I associated my entire being as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces as who I was, it's what I loved, and it's what I was. And when it's taken from you, and veterans know, you have a sense of loss. Your sense of purpose is gone. You don't know who you are anymore. And when you're fighting all the demons that come to you in the night, and you don't know where to turn, I'm going to make an admission to you. When this was all happening, I was an atheist. I did 41 years of my life getting through, not knowing the Lord. So at my lowest, I began looking for the answers to why I had to go and do what I did in all these different countries. And in doing so, I discovered who the real enemy of this world is. right? The elites, the ones who are controlling what we hear, what we see, what we read, our education system, our monetary system. Who do they call God? Who do they call God? It's not the Lord Jesus. And when you discover this for yourself, that the information is out there, you might want to get on the good side of it. I was on 9 different types of medications for my head, for my heart, for blood pressure, for sleep, for anxiety, for depression. The night I got on my knees and I accepted the Lord into my heart, I was addicted to pornography my entire life. When I got on my knees and I asked him for a new heart, and I swore an oath to him that I'd be a warrior for him. When I woke up that next day, I tried to come off those meds 3 or 4 times, and each time I was near suicidal. And the withdrawal alone from the depression medications was giving me brain shocks and zaps, like get hit by lightning. And it was brutal and painful. And that next morning when I woke up after accepting the I never watched porn again. He took my heart of stone and gave me a heart of flesh. And it's been nothing but miracles ever since. I'd like to give a personal message to the Prime Minister of Canada. And it's a message of love. Justin, the devil has your heart, but it's not too late. The people spoke and you are in power, but you're not doing it right. I pray that the Lord Jesus Christ comes into your heart and changes it from a heart of stone to a heart of flesh, and that you can redirect our country back to its former glory. I'm not going to go on because I know time is short. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. I love you all, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bikes are waiting. They're sitting there, right there. They're ready to go. So what we need to do now is we're going to bring up the Padre. And then when they have Chris come up and take his position. Chris, come on. Run. And ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect, please remove yourselves from the top part of that monument. Please, step off the monument, please. All the way off the monument, please, down the 3 stairs. Everybody, please, with much respect. And can you please take that red buggy off the back? Don't crowd in, folks. Let him do it. Padre, you around? Hi, Padre. How are you? Okay.
We'll let this roll as well because this is powerful.
Yeah, all right. Sounds good.
And I think right on the money.
We're good? All right. Well, we'll get that one. Well, anyway, thanks for inviting me. The best privilege for a Padre, even retired, is being able to pray for people. It was a lonely couple of years, wondering if you're the only crazy one for questioning all the mandates and the irrational and abusive leadership. And then the truckers showed up, and then the veterans. And I want to thank God for all of you, so I could be there with you. And though the CDS called us disgusting for not desecrating, but decorating with patriotism and honor to our fallen comrades, occupying space in our city of Ottawa, it's the most proud I've ever been in a long time, standing there courageous with all you people singing the national anthem, wearing my poppy for the first time in the legal and successful freedom convoys. Why do I say successful? The provincial mandates wouldn't have been lifted if it wasn't for these truckers. And though we still pray, though, for the lifting of the irrational, segregationist, discriminatory, unscientific, and abusive federal mandates. Now, in the Christian calendar, during the second week of the holy season of Easter, we mark the martyrdom of St. Mark, who wrote one of the Christian Gospels. And St. Mark questioned the superstition of his day, and he stood up for his cause, the message of the Bible, that God so loved the world that he gave his life for the salvation. And so in AD 68, those who deemed that he had unacceptable views, they placed a rope around his neck, and they dragged him through the streets until he was dead. Now, even if you're not religious, I'm sure that you can admire his courage of standing up for his beliefs and the truth in light of oppression, false narratives, and even government propaganda and muzzling of free speech that he encountered in his day. When people don't stand up for the truth, we end up having to repent of our global guilt for, say, the crime of the Holocaust, as we remembered that this week. There are disturbing parallels with the 1930s Germany treatment of the Jews through 400 mandates prior to the exterminations, and the Canadian government's treatment of those who questioned their mandates over the last 2 years, especially the unvaxxed. So today I would like to include the remembrance of those who died in genocide, and also the most vulnerable in our society, children, the aged, the challenged, that we may learn our lessons from being compliant observers when the innocent and voiceless are being bullied and targeted by abusive powers and authorities. God has given us all a conscience, and we all know deep down right from wrong, and that's what's brought you here today. Your God-given conscience compelled you, that you believed it was the right thing to do to come here, and nobody has the right to oppress your conscience when it is grounded in reason, and I believe in God's word, as our charter still and constitution then still accept the supremacy of God and the rule of law. So I believe it was nothing less than an act of God and his hedge of holy angels that there was not one episode of violence from the millions of peaceful protesters 2 months ago. Yet the same cannot be said in regards to the counter-protesters and even in the police in Ottawa and Calgary at the last phase of the protests. Now, most of the police are good-hearted people. They are gifts of God here to protect the peace. And many feel they had no choice but to comply with their police chiefs, even when they believe that they're behaving in evil ways. Yet for those who participated in the brutalities against peaceful civilians and even enjoyed it, along with politicians who supported it, well, may God have mercy on you. Near the Holocaust Memorial sits the Victims of Communism Memorial. And I wonder why that's still a controversial memorial. My parents proudly contributed to it. They escaped from communism in East Germany in the 1950s after suffering the tyranny of Nazism just before. The convoys that changed the world and groups like this here will be remembered in history books one day as heroic landmarks in Canadian history of honor, of patriotism, unless, of course, tyrannical governments that seek to censor, control speech and movement, overreach into our lives and families and religious spaces and consciences defeat us, such as global movements like the World Economic Forum, communism, and fascism, which still remain threats to justice, rights, and freedom today. After all, St. Augustine said, truth is like a lion. It doesn't need to be defended. Let it loose and it will defend itself. What are the governing and media elites of Canada so afraid of? Cowards censor free speech. Cowards seek to control the dialogue. Cowards manipulate statistics, change language, muzzle opponents, create narratives that seek to serve their own selfish and greedy ends. But you know what? Most Canadians aren't cowards anymore. So I feel honored to be here with this peaceful community who have taken the time to gather here in this beautiful patriotic effort. It takes a lot of courage in light of the partisan media and government narrative that continues to paint us, even sadly, as terrorists. Yet any eyewitnesses of the convoy and any sensible and critical thinking-minded Canadian knows that when they were there, in spite of the suffering and persecutions, it was the right thing to do. So I would like to begin by just praying Psalm 34. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul makes its boast in the Lord. Let the humble hear and be glad. Oh, magnify the Lord with me and let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord and he answered me and delivered me from all my fears. Those who look to him are radiant and their faces shall never be ashamed. This poor man cried and the Lord heard him and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who takes refuge in him. Oh, fear the Lord, you his saints, for those who fear him lack no thing. The young lions suffer want and hunger, but those who seek the Lord lack no good thing. Let us pray. Amen. Au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit. Amen. Almighty God and merciful Creator, gracious Redeemer and Heavenly Father, always more ready to give than we are to ask. You have given us this good land of Canada as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly to do your will. Thank you for this gathering here and for each veteran and supporter present, as they continue to manifest the values of integrity, loyalty, courage, and honesty in their own unique ways of seeking to protect freedom in this country, our charter, constitution, and shared Canadian values from those who seek to oppress, demonize, and antagonize any citizens within this great nation. We praise you for the sacrifices of all those soldiers who died for the cause of preserving freedom from dictatorial regimes and terrorists in other countries, in many bloody wars at land, air, and sea, as we remember also the Battle of the Atlantic coming up. Each one is a tiny picture of the ultimate sacrifice that you have provided by your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, who by his innocent death on the cross and glorious resurrection from the grave established peace between us and you and the ability to have peace with one another. We pray for healing for those who have suffered the horrors of genocide. Protect the most vulnerable in our society, regardless of age, race, or sex. Bless the leaders of our land, Elizabeth, our queen, in the rule of law, that we may be a blessing to the other nations of the earth. Grant that we who become from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberty to those whom we have entrusted the authority of government, the spirit of wisdom, that there may be justice and peace in our land. Grant that we may choose trustworthy leaders in upcoming elections, contribute to wise decisions for the general welfare, and serve you faithfully in our generation. Keep our government officials and public authorities accountable for their decisions at all levels, and we ask that violent and authoritarian behavior, as so clearly displayed by our Prime Minister, be held to account for any immoral, unethical decisions and blatant crimes against Canadians. Cause him to repent of his sins so that he can receive your mercy. Heal those who have been hurt physically, mentally, and spiritually, especially those who have lost their jobs and companies, such as many courageous truckers. Send your holy angels to protect James Top as he heroically marches to Ottawa. And help us to forgive those who misrepresent and lie about us. Heal all our wounds, so that we may not lose heart nor the battle by responding to hatred with hatred. Fill us with love in the face of persecution. Grant the leaders of Veterans for Freedom, Democracy Fund and Action Canada the gentleness of a dove, yet also the wisdom of a serpent in all their decision-making, and bless our land with honest industry and truthful education, and keep us safe from all evil courses of actions. Turn the hearts of abusers who propagate dishonest media, such as the CBC, and bless the efforts of independent journalism, such as Rebel News and True North News, and seek to cultivate rational discourse based in true science, debunk unreasonable patterns of thinking, and disseminate the truth which sets us free. Bless the efforts of all freedom organizations. We thank you for all your undeserved blessings and help us never to lose hope. Lord, remember us in your kingdom and teach us to pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you all peace. Amen.
Amen.
My wife, she's out in Newfoundland. She keeps her ass here. All right, have a good one. I gotta go find my name. My name's Vin. He's in the book of this one, the left hand, the kind of press. He always kind of his hand is lost.
And while all this was going on, we saw something sort of different down the street, where we had people marching as part of the freedom movement today, and they were greeted by people in apartment buildings, some of them cheering them on, other ones not so happy to see them. This is video shot by freedom reporter Jeff McCoy, who has been down there also shooting video this weekend. And I'm going to cue this up for you so you can see this. It's the other side of the equation. This is what he came across today as people were marching. Just to give you some perspective. People shouting up, "We love you."
This that lady squirted water at. You can see the water on the ground there. The police have been notified, but is this how we act, Canada?
Nice.
That police officer has been notified. There's a lot of threats of eggs being thrown. I'm surprised. I honestly am not surprised that didn't happen. We just came through a big bunch of tall buildings.
Canadian flags everywhere.
A few fingers and lots of love from the balconies too. Like, yeah, mixed emotions here, but got one here that's telling them to F off, but lots of people saying they love them. But anyways, I recorded the march, so I'm going to cut a video while I'm charging my phone again, and I will be back. But yeah, it's pretty massive.
So yeah, that was the scene just down the street. Patriotic march, freedom fighters, freedom lovers, and entirely peaceful, as you can see, except for some people shouting at the people marching. And to give you a sense of the crowd, we'll show you some other footage from just a short time ago on Parliament Hill, where we had quite a large crowd. So we'll just show you that so you can get a sense of how things look down there during the day today. This is not live, but this was just a short time ago. And this gives you a pretty good perspective, I think, of how big the crowd was, how many people were down there. Canadian flags, Quebec flags flying, families, people from obviously all walks of life. And I can say, and with a great deal of confidence, that there wasn't an inappropriate flag in sight. And I think that the crowd was incredibly respectful, incredibly peaceful today. And I have to say, I'm impressed. Again, so the conduct that we have witnessed today with the people down there showing their support and their love for their country and their thirst for freedom, the conduct has been exemplary. I am gobsmacked. Even in the face of all the police, the huge police presence, especially last night. Really? Unbelievably peaceful. I can't think of any other place in the world where we would witness something like this. Let's face it, the authorities so wanted to turn this into some sort of January 6th thing that they had to resort to fabricating stories. Not unlike what happened down in the United States with the January 6th event. But even as we saw, 2 months ago, and it was only 2 months ago, it feels like longer probably because the weather has changed so much. But even 2 months ago, with protesters being beaten, tear gas, shot with rubber bullets, hit with sonic wave cannons, they remained peaceful. And today, well, especially last night, we showed you all that footage of the cops in riot gear pushing people off the streets. Some 44 people arrested, I think he said, in that news release from police. But really, overall, the people incredibly compliant, incredibly peaceful, and spreading love everywhere. We're seeing it even here today. They have exceeded my expectations in every way, in a very positive way. For me, it just confirms that anyone out there fighting for freedom right now is absolutely on the right side of history. I had to go to a smaller event today, closer to home, because we have a lot of political things unfolding here. So, and I shot some video while I was there, which we'll run for you later. It's the same thing there, though. It's a great community, and anyone who's involved, I get the same story from everyone. It's like a family, and there's real camaraderie, and people are finding support within the group. They find support from each other. All of that, and yet we're still out there fighting for individual rights and freedoms and coming together to do it. I was so worried that the protesters might be baited by police, and that is, I think, largely what happened, and people here saw that. We've seen that unfold starting yesterday and even into today. But people have responded only with positivity, really, and love. With a few skirmishes last night, things seemed very volatile. Things could have easily escalated and become more serious. But it didn't happen. So even though there were some arrests made, I'm not sure where all that is going. I was very, very, very worried that the bikers, the supporters, anybody going down there, they were going to be riding into a hornet's nest. And they did. And yet we're still winning by showing the world how peaceful we are and how committed to peace we are. And we have to be committed to peace, because we can't get the country back that we want if we're not. And I think everybody understands that. Very impressive. Great people. Everybody down there. Awesome job. That's just incredible. Carla Olson will be joining us on the broadcast in a little while, and she'll give us her take on it too. She was right down there in the thick of it, shooting a lot of video, raw live video for us today. And we'll have other footage to share with you here too tonight. But this gives you a good perspective on what is going on down there. You know, right now, this was, again, just a very short time ago, and I wanted to show you that. Well, we still had footage of a large crowd down there to give you a sense of how big this thing was this weekend. And that really doesn't do it justice, because the crowd is really spread out around the Capitol, and happenings are still in full swing down there tonight. So we'll see how things shape up through the evening. And we can also do this. We've been hearing from the politicians and the cops. We're going to go back to more footage in a moment. But I wanted to play you this from Friday, question period, with our federal leaders, who many of these politicians and senior police administrators have been saying, well, they don't understand why these protests are still going on, because the mandates have been, lifted and everything's okay now. But it's not really true, is it? Because people who have not been vaccinated still can't get on a train or a plane or a bus. There are all kinds of restrictions in place. A lot of people who've lost their jobs don't have them back. There are still rules in place. We have new legislation in Ontario and and in other provinces that restrict our freedoms. They made the federal law, which allows them to freeze bank accounts, which came into force when the Emergencies Act was invoked. They made that a permanent thing. There are many reasons why people are still out there protesting. And yet, what did we hear on Friday from a British Columbia NDP member of parliament? And she's not alone, by the way. Her main concern, people needing to wait too long to get a passport. Let's let this roll. It just shows that the mindset is completely different between freedom fighters, people concerned about restoring freedom for Canadians, and these left-wing fascist authoritarians. Let's listen to what she had to say.
I just spoke with the minister this week about that very issue. I know he is alert to the problem.
Coming up right after
I invite the honourable member
this.
to have a conversation. I'd be happy to chat with
Here
him
we
as
go.
well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Victoria. Madam Speaker, Canadians are finally able to travel and to see loved ones again. But there are huge delays. The passport system is broken. Canadians are waiting hours in line at passport offices, making multiple visits only to be turned away. This week, so many constituents have reached out to my office desperate for help. The passport system is failing them. This is causing immense amounts of stress and anxiety. My question is simple. Does the minister think that these delays are acceptable, and when will they be fixed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. Madam Speaker, we know that Canadians are eager to travel again, and there's been a significant and overwhelming increase of demand for passports at all Service Canada centres across the country wanting in-person service. I've spoken to the minister about this, and she is well aware that it's very stressful and difficult for Canadians. She's been visiting Service Canada centres throughout the country, speaking to local staff. And in addition, already in December, we hired 500 more passport officers to process applications. We're using every tool that we have in our toolbox at this time to improve service to Canadians for what they deserve.
Our member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Okay. In normal times, I would say, fine. There's a concern. There's, you're not getting the service that you deserve as a taxpayer from your government because there are longer delays. It's taking longer to get a passport than normal. But the concern shouldn't be there. The concern should be on, in this particular case, to compare and contrast, the concern should be on freedoms. What about the people who are being discriminated against, the people who haven't been vaccinated, who made a choice that may or may not turn out to be the right one? And you know where I stand on that. Nothing to be said about it through all of question period on Friday. They don't care. The government is just leaving these restrictions in place, preventing a large segment of the population from traveling at all. It's not because they can't get a passport. It's because they're not allowed to get on a plane in Canada to travel. That even includes Maxime Bernier from the People's Party of Canada, the leader of the party. He can't get on a plane. He's not vaccinated. So as he campaigns, he has to drive from town to town to town and province to province. It puts him at a disadvantage against the other politicians, but whatever. That's what the focus should be on. Discrimination, restoring freedoms. And yet this new Democrat from British Columbia, and honestly, the minister, the Liberal minister who answered the question, neither one of them gives a damn about people's rights being restricted. It's disgusting. It is. It's absolutely disgusting. It's bigoted. It's prejudicial. It's discrimination out and out. It's medical bigotry. It's fascism. It has to stop. And that's why these protests are happening. That's one reason. Just one. And it isn't just unvaccinated people who are worried about it. It's vaccinated people as well. Many of them now are suffering from some degree of regret having done what they did. Others, I understand and see that this is discriminatory and something needs to be done about it. I just thought I would play that clip because it may just wash over some people, but it really kind of drills down and gets to the heart of the matter, right? It really does. I don't like it. I really don't like it. So let's, I'm going to queue up some of the footage from earlier in the day as well, showing you the bikers rolling through. And then we're going to get to some of the newer, fresh, live stuff from right now to give you a sense of what happened during the main events down there today. Carla shot some great footage. And I know that a lot of you weren't able to tune in, so we'll just run this briefly so that you can get a sense again of what happened down there today with the biker rally portion of everything that unfolded through the morning. So this would have been around 11 o'clock this morning. And here we go. We'll just let some of this roll for you.
I've got a 4-hour battery on. I'm good.
So this is about 2 blocks from the War Memorial. After the ceremony, for those of you watching on YouTube, you may see that our numbers are being suppressed. They were being suppressed. Which is why we've been asking everyone to get over to Rumble and subscribe to us over there. They have been doing their best. There we go. Another group of bikers doing their drive-by at the nearby intersection close to the War Memorial this morning.
Oh, come on. Shut up. Do your fucking job, asshole.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And now you see why I'm anxious.
Because our government's using this as fucking toilet paper. Hey, Justin, fuck you! I have.
And you know, the cops don't even have to actually.
All right, you saw the line. The police came in. They formed a line They're pushing people back. They just, I mean, that was a little bit shitty because we couldn't even see, right, when they all came in. So they're looping so that we can see the bikers loop. But the police formed a line so that none of us can see. I mean, trust me, I don't know about any of you, but they are not who I wanted to look for. They are not who I came to see. I did not come to see the line of police. I came to see, you know, the bikers do their loop. Welcome to Canada.
I thought it was him. But it
I was going to comment on it, but I think Carla just kind of said it.
guy. Your shoulders about 3 feet wide.
Yes, Louise, I agree. This is ridiculous.
Guys do best. Smile while you do it. We're lucky the 1%ers aren't showing up today, guys. We're lucky the 1%ers aren't coming.
Like I said, I wasn't worried about the bikers or the other people down there to support them, or the veterans. I'm worried about these cops. Look at what they're doing. Who's provoking who's the problem?
I'm actually driving with him. I'm sorry. I will in a few minutes.
I have a cord. They like to protect pedophiles.
We're on the streets through the caught Omicron yesterday at 4 p.m.
Son of your eye.
Let's go!
Yeah, but you know, Brenda, they say they're doing it all for people's safety, right? And remember, this is all for our health. That's how all this started, right? It was all for public health. And it's turned into this. Does this look like it's for our health?
Excuse me. Yep. Hey, you want to plug in? You want to plug in for a minute?
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Can you not plug in both at the same time?
No. Well, maybe we could. Yeah. Oh, I see what you were saying.
That was the scene earlier today. That was the biker convoy. We saw several waves of bikers make a loop around the intersection 2 blocks from the War Memorial. Carl Olson down there doing a great job, brought us that footage. There was lots more. For those of you who tuned in earlier, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Those cops then formed a line after the convoy, the biker convoy was done doing its thing. And then the cops decided that portion of the demonstration was over. They made the decision for the crowd and then started to form a line to push the crowd back out of the area. And then we saw people form up in other areas up around Parliament Hill. And we saw things kind of happen over there. So we're going to take a brief 30-second break. We'll be back right after this with more of Carla Olson, who sent us some video of what she's been doing on the street down there by Parliament Hill. She has an interview that we're going to watch with an interesting gentleman right there on the hill. So stay with us. We'll be right back after this message.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
And you can support our work. You can support Carla, who was in Ottawa before for us during the Freedom Convoy of the truckers, and she's back up there this weekend doing a great job again on the ground. Boots on the ground, journalistic boots on the ground, covering this, bringing us live feeds, recorded reports, and a lot of raw footage so that you get to make your own decision on what really is happening up there, just as you did 2 months ago when the truckers were up there. Now with the bikers and the veterans today, this weekend, again, we think it's very important to give you as much perspective through raw footage, unedited stuff as we can. And that's largely what we've been providing. Thanks to Carla and Jeff and other contributors up there in the nation's capital this weekend. You can support our work, their work, the Maverick News Channel, support the Maverick family by donating at freedomreporters.com. This is the stuff you're not seeing on the mainstream media, and it's pretty obvious why. I thought the speeches that we saw from the War Memorial were powerful. The veteran who spoke, who was candid, open about his emotional problems, his mental struggles after serving in the military, explaining why he's down there, doing what he's doing, the attempt to take his own life. If that doesn't touch you, I don't know what will or what would. And then the padre, the pastor, speaking and honestly holding our authoritarians to account. I don't think we'll see that on the mainstream media either. And those were powerful, powerful words. And it puts things in perspective. And any person, any government official, any police chief, any senior police administrator that would take a moment to just go down or even just watch the replay on those speeches, if after that you can't understand what the people are down there fighting for, then you have a serious mental deficiency. It's pretty darn clear. People want their freedom back. And even the footage we just showed you with the bikers making the round at the intersection there, you can see the frustration. You can hear it because some people were shouting at the officers. It should be a warning sign, I think, for the country and for those in charge. And I think they are aware, but maybe not responding in an appropriate way. But it shows that because people have been oppressed, because they've been squeezed, because their rights have been taken away, because they've honestly been abused by our prime minister and those under him, there is frustration and a high level of emotion bubbling just under the surface, which is again why I am so incredibly impressed with the conduct of everyone down there this weekend. Truly, truly impressed. Very Canadian. I absolutely have to say that. As Carla is fond of saying, be kind, be Canadian. And I think they've all taken that to heart this weekend. Again. Which is the best thing to do. The best weapon on the freedom side, the best weapons, love and peace. And there's a whole lot of that being spread around down there again this weekend. And the other weapon, truth. Truth. And we're trying to get you closer to the truth here on the Maverick News Channel. And the reporters, the Freedom reporters out in the field, Brendan, when he's here with me, Carla, Jeff, the others, all the live streamers that are out there, Ottawaks, they're all spreading truth through unedited, live, raw video. Live streamed. It doesn't lie. Some people do. Some people with less than virtuous motivations. So again, if you can support us, go to freedomreporters.com. Make a donation. If you aren't able to do that, I totally understand. You can still support us just by watching, by subscribing, by ringing the notification bell in YouTube, and by sharing, getting the message out, sharing this information, sharing these videos. Now, Carla, as I said, has been down there all day yesterday, all day today, feeding us video. She has this video now of, she has an interview that I think that you might find interesting. I'm pretty sure you will. So let's bring that up. And this will also give you a sense of the size of crowd that we've had down there today. So let's let this video with Carla roll now. As she makes her way back up here to Parliament Hill, you can see a lot of people. This sent in just not very long ago. So a fairly fresh video shot by Carla. Gives you a good sense of the size of the crowd. And also the mood, which today, fairly, it was peaceful, much calmer. Things were much more organized. Real contrast compared to what we saw last night, which was much more chaotic, much more volatile. So it gives you a good sense of what's been going on down there. I'm just going to pull this down and we'll queue up the, here we go. And I'll just bring it back up here. This is the interview that Carla just conducted. So let's let this roll here with this gentleman.
Hi. I'm not feeling fringy. Did you see our counter protesters? No, they're, yeah, that's right. That's what they need. What do you think? Do you think it's absolutely, and the fear, right? That'll maybe conquer that fear. Thank you for your service today.
Madam, we always continue to serve you.
Thank you.
Because our own conscience can never expire.
And we are all standing with you, and in our own way, we're serving you, honoring you.
On a beautiful February camping fest. And the first day that I was there doing Overwatch in my camp chair, my big thermos of coffee, at the foot of the tree of the Emerald Sword. It's beautiful. So walked up to me.
Sorry about the audio.
Said, of course,
Tamara Litch.
We hugged so long and hard, we both broke our crying at the same time. We held our veteran service.
Settle down. I said,
Here we
Tamara, can I escort you to whatever destination you desire in Ottawa? She said, oh, Sarge, yes. So her and her husband tagged along, and I kept an overwatch on them. And she showed up the next day as well. This time we had 3 times as many veterans and civilians. So I placed her again in our line, actually out of the line. We had 3 ranks of vets. And I placed her in the pod radar, one of our road captains down below. We held our service. And then Tamara and I went from the Cenotaph, or National War Memorial, all the way out to Kent Street. Normally it's a 17-minute walk. It took us over 2 hours. Then we went all the way up Kent to my vehicle where I was sleeping. Then most of the way back to the hotel, my body is damaged. I had to get back to my car. I poured a big glass of wine and just wound down. But we talked on the phone a couple times. We messaged back and forth a couple of times. And she went to Wellington. On our way back, she got arrested. That's okay. Dwayne contacted me. That's her husband. We stayed in contact. And then a few weeks later, I get a phone call from a phone number that was registered in Newfoundland and Labrador. So I pick it up, said, Garrick here. It's me, Tamara. I'm out. Oh, thank God. Good. Finally. So nonetheless, a few weeks ago, I was just out in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Tamara, Dwayne, and I, and a beautiful group of people got together for Easter dinner. And you know what? She inspired me to do something that I thought would never come true. I'm a fully disabled veteran. PTSD is at such a level that it's classified as a brain injury. I'm not even allowed to work part-time. But I had a dream of being able to provide a venue for homeless veterans to have a roof over their heads. And having been homeless twice, suddenly I was inspired by Tamara, and I went back home. And I found a law firm in North Bay. They have registered the Invictus Lodge Foundation for Homeless Veterans. The website has been built by Mr. Freedom's wife, Tanya Bigger. We were supposed to launch it this past Thursday, but we all got too darn busy. But it's www.invictuslodge.ca when it goes live. www.invictuslodge.ca. We now have the connectivity to millions and millions and millions of people around the world. So when it goes live, you can join up, watch the news feed. It's going to be fun, fantastic, and funny. It's going to be a lot of comedy and music and healing involved. You can hit the donate button. I'll take your morning Tim Hortons coffee money any day of the week. You can join up for an annual membership, and the membership donation is $100 per person. You can have a regular membership, or the other membership button is for all uniformed services. And we're going to have chat rooms all over the place for all branches of services, for the civilians. There's going to be a few basic ground rules of decency, but nobody's going to jail. Simple as that. If we get radicals there, then we'll just, boom, you're gone. Simple as that. Just be nice, be kind, be gentle, be loving. That's all. On family channels, remember it's a family channel. Watch your language. Be nice. There's kids watching. And it's going to be fantastic. I would love to strip down some of Zuckerberg's numbers from his site. And, just squeeze them out. Little dictator. Something like Little Potato here on the hill. La Petite Patate.
We're speaking to the freedom people, so
awesome.
I'm glad that you got that out there.
Here's one more
point. A lot of people watching.
One more point is, if we are successful in our fundraising, we're of course building the lodge and building hundreds of tiny homes for the veterans. And if we're successful enough, we will be going to and building in all provinces and territories in Canada. Mission statement is to dramatically reduce or eliminate veteran homelessness. Okay, now you know. The word is out. Sergeant Garrick Helen speaking live from the Hill. Love you all. Freedom and unity.
There you go, everyone. So that's the sergeant speaking live from the Hill. He's got lots of information. Yeah, he supported Tamara. He's up close and personal with her. Brings a message for her in some ways because, as you know, she is a political prisoner still. She's still not allowed to speak. So, yeah, Godspeed. Thank you so much.
Look me up on Facebook, Garrick Hallinan, GarrickHalinen. Send me a friend's request, please. Come one and all. just don't be one of those people that, I'm looking for money because I'm sexy or whatever. No, I don't like that or agree with it.
So save your sexy things for Tinder.
Something like that. What's Tinder? I don't care. But yeah, it's so good to be here in Ottawa with all these beautiful people. I'm just feeling the sugar all over the place.
Yeah, it's been a great day.
Yeah.
Last night, not so much, but today it's been
I had a great time last night. I was hugging police officers. They're like, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Well, good on you. Thank you so much.
Shy.
Actually, I'm a hugger.
Oh, you're darn right.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
You got
Love you.
freedom. All right. Have a great one.
You too.
Right.
So that was Carla Olson on the scene, bringing us that interview. And yeah, a lot of sugar down there, a lot of love today. As Carla said, a little more volatile and chaotic last night. And it wasn't all sugar today. Carla did see some counter protesters. So we're going to show you that now, just to give you some perspective on that. And we did see earlier from Jeff the video that he brought us. We saw some people throwing water at freedom marchers and flipping the bird as people walked by as well. So obviously it is political. It is emotionally charged.
Well, here we go. So behind me, there are some counter protesters that have shown up. So far, they're fairly quiet. They're across the street. They are calling us the Vanilla ISIS. So I guess we're white terrorists, reminding us that Remembrance Day is November 11th, not April 30th. Yeah, I mean, we're remembering everything that we should remember for Remembrance Day, which is November 11th. But April 30th is marking the disrespect that the veterans received during the Freedom Convoy. I mean, and you know what? Truly, every day we should respect these veterans who fought for our freedom. They just don't get it. Let's have a look.
You guys are in a cult ritual.
I'm here for my city.
Angry people.
Excuse me.
I don't understand that sign. Your village misses their idiot. Go home. I don't know what that means.
Who is the fringe minority?
So if you need to chat with me, just remember to. You didn't hear a while?
And this is the other side. So I think the fringe minority happens to be on the opposite side of the road.
Get back in the crowd, bro. Trust me, you're not gonna see. I know that's exactly what it is. You guys make us look bad, but you see what's really going on, right?
Honestly, I don't even understand what they're that upset about.
That's okay, but that's why it's good here. When I get men, these assholes.
He's so upset that he had to come down there today because these guys are going to the War Memorial.
I know, it's a shame.
Weird.
That's not why we're here. No, of course not. I come over, I start taking some, and she's like, give me my peaceful space. Why would
They're the fringe
Are
minority.
you guys with this side of the road? I'm trying to there's no sides here, brother. I know. There's no sides here.
So these are the counter protesters. For those just tuning in, Carla Olson on the street there, shooting this.
Are you triple vaccinated?
These are the counter protesters.
You guys with us on this side here?
Please come back.
If we could just keep it on this side of the road. Don't legitimize these guys. Don't provoke them. It's not worth it. Let's make this day about the vets, not these idiots.
It's not about the
And it's not about
And then we'll go back
provoking
over to the freedom side.
It's just
So here you
we
go,
want to get a
guys.
full perspective
You saw
on
that
things.
crowd?
That's part of what
Here's
being a
this
journalist
crowd.
is about. You can't find middle ground if you don't try to understand people with another perspective. And truthfully, I don't really understand what their messaging is. It might have been useful if we had an opportunity to speak to one or more of them, but
I
there's
don't
going
know.
to be multiple messages.
Remember that phrase, fringe minority?
And all these freedom lovers on this side, honestly, guys, I just don't see the problem.
Yes, with the black speaker playing the music. He's not one of us. Thank you very much.
But with the mainstream media coverage, their entire approach to the whole thing has been always approaching it from, this is a problem, what are you going to do about it?
Thank you for coming. Welcome.
And then,
So these are your veterans.
so
guys.
after the biker rally, more speeches at the War Memorial.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. Welcome. Welcome to Ottawa. Thank you for coming. Welcome to Ottawa. Good. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Good morning. It's a beautiful day. We're going to have a beautiful day.
So that was the scene down there today. Carla Olson doing a great job, and we wanted to play all these clips to give you a good sense of everything that has gone on down
You're
there.
fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
And as you can see, a large crowd,
That's how you have to look at it. Go, doggy, go.
lots going on, but today, honestly, pretty civil, pretty peaceful. Carla will be joining us shortly on the broadcast to talk about everything that she witnessed down there today. Give us some perspective. And I just got to tell you, man, I think like amazing. Like, look at the discipline. Look at the patriotism. The respect. And I don't think our government is returning respect appropriately to these guys.
Thank you all for your service.
My best friend's grandfather served in World War II. My three cousins served in the army. My brother served in the army. So thank you.
Carla just switching
So
up her audio there.
the ceremony is going to start at 10 o'clock. Okay. We just wanted to get in.
So that was the scene down there in Parliament Hill today, where Carla was doing a great job for us, bringing us all that footage. We are going to set up the phone lines now so we can take some calls from the Maverick family. Before we do that, I'd like to just take a very brief break. Then we're going to go to an event that I attended earlier today where there were a bunch of freedom fighters. One of them in particular, Rhonda Jubinville, was there, and I did a little interview with her. We're going to run you those clips, or that clip, when we come back right after this message. So stay with us. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
And you can support our work. You can support Carla. You can support Jeff. And support all the Freedom Reporters that we have here and the crew by donating at freedomreporters.com or by going to the hot link in the YouTube, Facebook, and Rumble descriptions. We do appreciate all of the support that we've had so far, and you guys have been great. The channels are growing, even though I noticed in the past week YouTube has been suppressing us, but there is a solution. Go to Rumble and subscribe over there, and then we won't lose you. Yeah, so if you can support us financially with even a small donation, greatly, greatly appreciated. And if you can subscribe, like, share, ring the notification bell, that helps us a great deal as well, because that helps push the videos, the program up higher in the search engine rankings. Now, today I did attend another event, this one hosted by some freedom lovers in the Ontario provincial riding of Chatham-Sarnia, where I had an opportunity to have a conversation with Rhonda Jubinville, a friend of mine, full disclosure, a great lady, a lot of integrity, and we love her to death. And she had quite a bit to say. And I thought it was, even though she's running for the New Blue Party in Ontario in the upcoming election, which will be held in June when people go to the polls, Rhonda spoke to some issues in from a broader perspective. And I think it's this interview will be of interest to people. not only in Ontario, but across Canada and even into the United States. So let's bring this up with Rhonda, and we're going to let it roll. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. And then when we come back from this, we're going to go to the phones and get your comments on everything going on up in Ottawa before we get into our stuff with Carla a little later in the broadcast. Your campaign is in full swing. The writ's about to drop, probably within days. You said something today that kind of touched me, and it was, Dr. Paul Alexander. And, I've been saying that Canada is gone, that Ontario is gone. And what you quoted Dr. Paul Alexander saying we shouldn't want it back. So what do you take from that? Are you looking ahead?
I am looking ahead. Okay. I am looking ahead. I agree with him. I don't think we should go back to the Ontario that we had, because the last couple of years have exposed a lot of things that we didn't know were happening. So we don't really want to go back to those times. And if we can get some new blue candidates in legislature, we can move forward and create a new Ontario with some better policies and a healthier government going forward. So
I see a mom chasing a kid behind you, and I guess that's one of the reasons you're here, right? You're fighting for the future and fighting for people's kids, your kids, grandkids, right?
Yeah. Yes, I am. I'm a big advocate for family, and it breaks my heart to see what's happening to our youth, our children. Our children do not want to be masked in schools. They just want to be kids. They just want to go to school and be kids. They don't want to be injected with different ideologies that are way too heavy for their little brains. They just want to learn what we've all learned, how to read and write and get along and love each other and play together. And we don't need all of this other stuff that they're trying to inject into our children. So I am fighting for families, and I know parents don't want it either, because parents are pulling their kids out of the school system, or they just feel exasperated with the school system, and they don't know where to turn because they're working, and they would love to probably educate their children now that they know that things aren't being taught the way that they want them to be taught, but their hands are tied. So we want to fight in legislature to get our curriculum back before the Wynne government injected them with all of these crazy ideologies, and just get back to the basics of a good education. So
now the leader of the party, Jim Karahalios, is coming to town, so that should help generate a little excitement. Can you tell me about that event coming?
Yeah, so next Saturday, May 7th, starting at 10 a.m., he's going to be coming to Smitty's, or the hall behind at Aristo's Hall, and we're hoping for a great crowd. So he's coming there, and he's going to speak along with myself, and also the candidate for the Lambton-Kent Middlesex riding, which is David Barnwell, and also the candidate for the Sarnia-Lambton riding, which is Keith Ben. So the three of us, we're going to do the four of us are going to do a little road tour. So we're starting in Chatham-Kent-Leamington, 10 a.m., and then we're moving on to Sarnia-Lambton, into the Sarnia Library, and then we're going on to Mount Bridges. So just a little tour of some really strong conservative strongholds of constituents. So we're hoping for success here, and just to raise some awareness about the New Blue Party, which I think a lot of conservatives are really going to take a liking to once they find out about them, if they haven't already. So it starts at 10 a.m. and we have a big hall, so a lot of people can come. I just need to have a head count, so just RSVP and let me know if you're interested.
You're way too nice to be a politician. I know that for sure, because I do know you. And you're trying to run a really clean campaign, but at the same time, I did hear you sort of holding one of your opponent's feet to the fire.
Yes, I actually have spoken to the incumbent here in Chatham-Kent-Leamington. I did announce to him that I was running against him, and I told him that I will never run a smear campaign, because that's not who I am. But I told him I will state facts. So if he has done anything that has facts attached to it that might not be that desirable, I will make sure that everybody knows about it. And there has been some things that he's done, some bills that he has voted on or ways that he's voted on these bills that perhaps he maybe shouldn't have. So I will let people know because I think people deserve to know. People deserve to know truth, and they deserve to know facts. And I will always do that. And if I'm elected in Queen's Park to represent the people of Chatham, Kent, Leamington, I will continue to do that. And another thing that I would like to do is to let people know what's going on at Queen's Park. I just feel like we don't know. It's like this sacred place that you can't know what's going on, and no constituents ever know what's happening behind the doors of Queen's Park. So one thing that I would do is I would make, maybe a weekly briefing or something, just to let people know what is actually going on there, what bills are getting voted on, how things are getting voted on. So I would do that, because MPPs are not doing that. And I think they should be accountable to their constituents. So
I mean, we're talking about your local riding. This is provincial politics, but everything going on here in Ontario really resonates across Canada and even into the United States, maybe even around the world, right? How important do you think the outcome of the election is with regard to relations with the United States, trade, and even international relations?
Well, I think what happens in Ontario is going to set off a firestorm of what's going on in the rest of the provinces, because they're all watching us. Ontario is your biggest province, Ontario and Quebec. So I think if we can claim Ontario, then people are going to stand up and they're going to start noticing. They're going to say, oh, okay, this is what the people of Ontario want. So probably the rest of Canada is going to want this too. I know the West would follow along suit if there was a New Blue party out there, but it's provincial. So
Have you been watching what's been going on in Ottawa? I mean, Ottawa's in Ontario. The world really has been watching Ottawa again this weekend. And what I saw last night concerned me greatly. This morning, the mood seemed to be better. What's your take on this, I guess, round two of freedom fighters up in Ottawa?
I'm not really, I don't know 100% the whole premise behind the motorcyclers going there. I don't really know why. I am not going to say they shouldn't be doing it, and I'm not going to say that they should be doing it. I'll support them from afar as long as they keep things lawful. And I think they're going to get baited, perhaps, because there's 800 extra RCMP officers there on standby. I have a gut feeling it might not end well. I don't think it's going to be the same as what happened with the trucker convoy, with the bouncy castles and whatnot.
And in fairness to you, you've been busy here getting ready for your event today, so I'm sure you didn't see much going on this morning. It was peaceful, and I didn't personally see any incidents. I was on live for a while this morning, and we'll be on live again later. Last night, though, I don't know how much you saw. There were skirmishes and arrests, and it was not the same kind of mood. And we're not sure what's going to happen tonight, but I too share your concerns, and I have to lay blame for that myself at the feet of government, really. But I guess if the New Blue gets in, you'll try to sort of change the tone overall, right?
I mean, that's why these guys are there. That's why that's why the truckers were there. That's why the motorcycle guys are there. They're there because they're fighting. They're fighting what's going on in Ontario, in Canada. Doug Ford's against this. So he has created a new law to fight these guys, and the police will use Bill 100 to fight them. So if the New Blue gets in, all of that will go away. So there won't be these protests. There won't be the convoys. There will be no need for it. People can go about their lives and get back to their own life and not have to focus their energy on fighting. But that's only if the New Blue gets in. So.
But as you said in that quote from Dr. Paul Alexander, we need to focus on the battles ahead, and that's what this election is about.
Absolutely, and there is a lot of battles because we have to clean up. We have to clean up in legislature. There's a lot of corruption. There's a lot of shady deals going on. There's a lot of the New Blue will get rid of lobbyists. There's just a lot of house cleaning that needs to be done, and I know it's not going to happen overnight. Baby steps, but we need to start. And I know a lot of people are saying, oh, but they're just a young party. But why not, why would you pick what's in right now? Because if you pick what you've got in the last 2 years, you're just going to get another 4 years of it. And it's going to be like on steroids. So it's going to be even worse than what we've endured these past 2 years. So we need new blue candidates. And we have a full slate of candidates. There's 124 ridings in Ontario, and the new blue has 124 candidates. So every poll in, or every ballot box in Ontario, somebody can go and they can find a new blue candidate. So that's the wonderful thing about the new blue, is we've got candidates in every single riding. So we are well represented.
Well, we'll look forward to Jim's visit to this area in about a week, and we'll look forward to getting you back on the Maverick News Channel live.
Hey, that will be fun. I'll enjoy that. Yeah, it's good. It's always fun being on Maverick News.
Just one last thing. How can people find out more about you? Do you have a website, a Facebook page?
Yep. So our Facebook is Chatham, Kent, Leamington, New Blue. So if you type that into your search on Facebook, you can find us there. I mean, I'm on Facebook, and if you friend request me, I do have a closed profile because there's some nasty people out there. So if you friend request me, and I can pretty well tell if you're on board with me or not. And I would love to have more people seeing what I'm posting. And there is a web page that's probably going to be up within the next couple days. Oh boy, you're putting me on the spot, Rick. But there is a web page, but it's
no big. It's okay.
cklnewblue.com is what it's called. So it'll be up in a couple days. But you can also go to the New Blue website, and it has all the information. And there are links just to find out a little bit about the Chatham, Kent, Leamington riding as well. So the New Blue Ontario has a great website, and anything you need to know about the New Blue is on there as well. So yeah. Okay. Thanks, Rick.
There you go. We're on to Jubenville. New Blue Party of Ontario candidate for the riding of Chatham, Kent, Leamington. That was an interview I just did with her today. She gets ready to start putting out her campaign signs because the writ is about to drop in Ontario. We'll take a very brief break and tell you how you can join us on the program to share your comments and your perspective on today's events in Ottawa. Stay with us.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
So we will be going back live to Ottawa shortly, but right now the floor is yours. If free speech is important to you and you want to exercise your right to free speech, now's your opportunity. You can join us live on the program by calling 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Won't cost you a penny. And let's go to the phones right now. Who do we have on the air with us now? Oh, hang on just a second, Sue. I have to bring up the window so that people can hear you properly. And everybody should be able to hear you now. So go ahead. What's on your mind with regard to what's going on in Ottawa tonight?
Well, I went to the bike rally this morning, met up with the bikes before they left their spot that they were set up at.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, I wished I was at the trucker convoy.
Yeah.
There was so many hugs, so much love. Oh, it was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I took my son who's been suffering from depression, and I seen a glimmer in his eye. It was just amazing. The guys were speaking to him, and it was amazing. Just, so heartwarming.
Yeah, well, I saw a lot of love down there and a lot of sugar being spread around, as the veteran described it. I'm honestly, I think we were fortunate that people remained as calm and peaceful as they did during the course of last night and today. I think we're very fortunate, but it just shows the character of the kind of people that the movement is attracting, right?
Yeah, they even got us to sign a motorcycle. It was called the Little Big Red. And my son's heart was just full of joy. Just full of joy. I haven't seen that in over 2 years.
Hello.
We're going. Well, I'm going to jump off the call with you right now because I've got our one of our guests on live now. So I'm going to pull out of the phone call with you, but we're going to go live now to Jeff, who is one of our freedom reporters on the scene. But please call back if you'd like a little later. Or even in
Say hi to Carla and everybody there.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast tonight.
All right, thanks, Rick.
Okay, hello, Jeff. How are you tonight?
Hey, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you, and you're on the air live
Rick,
with
can
us.
You hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello. Thank you for having me. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. I went on a live with somebody else earlier, and it was
Yeah. So Jeff,
give me one sec, Rick.
Sure. Yeah. So Jeff McKay is a live streamer. He's down there helping us this weekend a little bit, and he called in to contribute to the program here tonight. So we're grateful for that. It's a privilege to have him on, and we're eager to get his perspective on what he has seen through the day and even last night in Ottawa. Now it looks like he froze up a little bit, but he's back now. And what can you tell us? What's the situation like down there right now, Jeff?
Well, Rick, I'm charging my battery outside the hotel. I'm charging my battery, and I'm heading back to Parliament to kind of see what's happening. But I just want to give you a little view of Mr. Chris Deering, our legend veteran that had a beautiful speech today at the war memorial. It was so powerful, and I was able to jump on your live a little bit, Rick, earlier. And veterans, if I spent Thursday at the Veterans for Freedom fundraiser, and was able to spend some time with Jake Spiney, Jeremy McKenzie. So that was quite the experience. I watched them put the Veterans for Freedom logo on their. It was quite a beautiful moment. So I'm just gonna find a little quiet spot here in the hotel.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, we had there was two vets that had their bikes, and we had a few cars, and we traveled to Ottawa together. Some stayed in Ottawa. Chris is in our hotel. He's leaving tonight. And then some stayed on the outskirts, but they were all down there today. So I apologize, Rick. I was hoping to go live with you down in the. We just had the march. That's why I killed all my phone. The march was kind of interesting, and this kind of, I'm really. What I'm seeing from some Canadians, sadly, I witnessed when the bikers. I was on the front lines when the bikers came in, and the one lady spit at the police officers, and I that's not why I'm here, and that really frustrates me. Shouting profanity and stuff, I think is, sometimes it's hard to hold that back. But I mean, spitting at them. I did not like seeing that in particular. And in that same moment of time, things were happening so fast. I was trying to keep the camera steady and stuff. But we had a lady had dropped a cardboard heart on the ground, and I think what happened is when she went to pick it up, she might have tripped over somebody's foot. So she kind of both of her hands. So she was on all fours. So her head was down all fours, and I want to have some good conversations, but let's just start with the bad of what I truly witnessed. And I do have video, Rick, so I'll get that to you when I get back home and get things sorted out. But this giant officer, and I'm not exaggerating, he was a big fella, and he picked her up like her legs weren't on the ground, her hands weren't on the ground, and he threw her with extreme force right back into to that front line. And I said this on another show earlier, is that was the first time, Rick, that I've been challenged in high school to fighting and violence and stuff, but this was completely different because I'm here for peace, unity and bringing Canadians together. And I was very angry. I'm proud of myself that I did not engage because I feel that that's what they want, right? So let's fast forward a little bit. So I've been back at charging my phone for a bit, and then I was helping Chris Deering pack all his stuff. He's trying to get out of town. He's from Nova Scotia. So his story, actually, I'm going to backpedal. His story quickly is he's a war veteran. He was blown up in Afghanistan, I believe in 2012. So he lost 3 of his brothers, and he survived. So an IUD, correct me if I'm wrong on that. IED. Hit his vehicle. The crater was it was massive. So when I was in Ottawa before the last weekend when all the force happened, I went into the lobby and I just said, hey, does anybody want to chat? Like, just tell me a story. Let's just have a conversation. And Chris's wife said, yeah, you need to talk to my husband. And we had an off the cuff video. So, that's one thing that I want to tell everyone that's watching is that, even though like I've lost family over things, and I'm sure many of you have as well, but there is some positive things. Like Chris is like, you got to come to Nova Scotia, man. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, he gave me a few bucks to help me come to Ottawa, and we've so just meeting somebody, I've met so many people like Brandon McCaskill. I don't know if you've had him on your show, Rick, but like he's been a big support line in just my personal life too. So lots of doors closed, but there's a lot of good too. So being Veterans for Freedom, I mean, I just they're fresh. They have 500. I know that Rick showed that video, so I won't recap on that just to save time. But they're these guys mean business. I mean, I don't know if you know this, Rick, but they brought Brian Peckford on board, right? Like the original architect. Like I just that alone, and yeah, just hearing some of the personal stories from some of the veterans has just been.
Yeah, just so people understand, Brian Peckford is one of the original authors of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
St. Charles.
Last surviving.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Author, as a matter of fact, and Newfoundland Premier. So
yeah. I don't know if you gave the rundown, Rick, on who's involved in Veterans for Freedom, but at the fundraiser on Thursday, it was sold out. I think there was maybe 325 people or something. I had the pleasure of shaking hands with. I always get his name wrong, and I don't know why, but please help me out, Rick. Is Burford? Is it Brian Burton?
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
He's a retired RCMP. He was in every interview with anything related to the truckers. Anyways, let's cap back on that. But
Yeah.
You know, Eddie Burrell, Tom Mazzarelli, like, you know,
Marazzo.
Yeah, Marazzo, sorry, yeah. So there's a lot of big names in this, and it's moving very fast. And I know that you read the code of conduct, you know, and, you know, spitting on police officers, I don't approve. So, you know, but
Yeah.
they're,
I didn't know that had happened, actually.
yeah. So they're special forces, like their tactics. You know, I don't speak for them, just so everybody is clear. I'm just, you know, reporting on what I've learned. But they're looking at opportunities to get ahead of the game. We're in a chess game, in my opinion. And, you know, the government is making, you know, moves. Like, I've heard rumors of, you know, let's just call it freedom convoy trucks with Canadian flags not being allowed in certain areas. But there was trucks that did get past the blockades. I walked by earlier I walked by somebody, they were just installing the cement things in public parking near Parliament, right? And I asked the guy that was installing them, I said, why are you doing that? And he said, he's like, I'm not sure. And I was polite, but I'm like, why don't you know? You should know, because I know why. It's very apparent to me that, you know, they're preventing, because they've opened up all the streets, right? They've closed Ottawa's. They're all closed down. I'm sure you learned that from Carla, but like, I couldn't even get on Slater to come to the Alt Hotel. That's all gone now, so traffic is flowing again. But they're closing down public parking. You know, not allowing people to come in. The Veterans for Freedom, I do know, right straight from Chris Deering's mouth, that they were very proud that the bikers were here. They appreciated that support. So that's good. My personal opinion is, it's kind of like we have these three movements happening. We got, you know, I mean, we all know that there's a ton of individual ones, but what the three that are here are your freedom fighters, the veterans, and then the bikers, right? So how are they all going to mix together, right? So let me just stop rambling on. Thanks for listening, and you go ahead and while you're asking me questions, Rick, it'll give me an opportunity to think of anything else that's important.
You know, heading into this thing, I didn't like what I was seeing. I was worried that this might be volatile, that the media and the politicians who are anti-freedom would look for an opportunity to shoot an arrest on video, look for opportunities to smear the freedom movement. It didn't feel right to me. And what we saw Friday night didn't have the same feel at all as what we saw in Ottawa with the truckers before. What's your take on this? I mean, I'm of the opinion tonight that we have been extremely fortunate that things didn't become more chaotic, that we didn't see more arrests. And I'm not sure yet how this is going to play out in the media over the next few days or the next week. And we have this inquiry going on into the use of the Emergencies Act. Will this be used? You know, the news stories that get spun off from this, will they use this to smear further and use it as a tool to justify the use of the Emergencies Act? These are questions that are coming into my mind. So I'm kind of wondering what your thoughts are on that, because it felt to me like they were riding into a trap.
Yes. Like I said, with you know, and again, this is just my opinion and just what I've been hearing, right? So I don't have the physical proof, but like I explained earlier, that they, you know, did they allow the trucks to come in so media could come in and take a picture of, you know, the trucks? I'm not sure, Rick, and you have to excuse me. There's been so many moving parts since I've got here, but I think it's called the bubble bus. Did you hear about? You heard about, so you talked about that, like, so you know that whole story, but
well, the viewers don't, but I think it's an interesting story, and please kind of share it with the viewers.
they were pushing people out of I guess it's public property if you're paying for it, but they're pushing aggressively people back to back to the sidewalk, and they're giving this bubble bus a hard time. Somebody did make a point that they did fit. They're actually staying with me, so I think this is a good source because I wasn't actually there Friday, but they actually went to hooked up his vehicle while people were still inside the vehicle, and I don't know if that's against the law, and that was the question that was kind of that arose, right? But so they took him away and they let him out. I'm not sure how long after, but I'm not. So the last point is that they stopped him randomly on whatever street, and gave him a what's it called, a safety, kind of like a safety inspection on the spot. And his emergency brake made a funny sound, and I don't want to. I'm pretty sure that actually Carla told me that, Carla Olson, and I think she'd be okay if I miscommunicate that. But so they actually they towed his vehicle because it made a weird sound, and again we're trying to look for positive too, but. I did hear a rumor that one officer went and slipped $20 in his pocket so he could get home after they towed his vehicle. So it's been towed again, right? So, back to your original question. I had some. I
just back up just a little bit. I just want to explain to people who Jim Kerr is, because he is a guy who is a little bit eccentric. He's a freedom fighter. Colorful. Cops don't like him at all. They see him, I think, as an agitator. I see him as a freedom lover. And he drives around in a thing called the bubble bus, and it blows bubbles and plays music, right? That's what it does when he goes to these freedom rallies, and the cops hate him because he blows bubbles. I guess, I don't know, but they don't like him, so he gets targeted all the time.
Yeah,
but to me, he looks harmless to me. I haven't ever seen, and he goes, he's been in many cities, but anyway, so that's what they did to him in Ottawa because, well, actually, you know what, Jeff, I know why they target him. It's because when you want to make a political point through an arrest, you go after someone who is eccentric, because then it's easy to portray them in the media, and as their case goes through court, you smear the whole group and you say, look at this nut bar. This is what these people are.
Yeah.
So if you look at the January 6th thing, you have that guy, the shaman guy with the horns and all that. Of course, he was on headlines everywhere, right? Yeah. That's an example of that. And so Jim Kerr, Mr. Bubbles with the bubble bus, that's what it is. Anyway, back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no, that's okay.
To be clear.
Some good points. And honestly, I mean, when I was in Ottawa, I was getting familiar with the city. It was cold out. I overpacked way too much gear. I wasn't properly prepared, so I was kind of running around. So I actually haven't heard of Jim until I got back here to Ottawa. And so what else did I see at the War Memorial during the speeches of, I think there was like 6 speeches. I was able to record that. And Rick, I've got some really good portraits of all the speakers of the vets. So I've got some photos that I'll share with you. Use them as you need, okay? Anything for this movement. But during the speeches, as I kind of worked a perimeter, right? Like around. So I was up. Actually, it was more of a U shape, right? Like right up. So I had my phone set up, recording it, and then I was doing the photos at the same time. And when I was going through the crowds during the speeches, I mean, I cried a couple times. I mean, I know Chris a lot better today than I did, but his stories, it's pretty intense what he's gone through, and I should say, like, he said this on a phone conversation about a week ago, or somewhere, it doesn't matter, but he said, I want to show Canadians what they potentially could do to a war vet. right? And I thought personally that was pretty powerful.
What
Now, Chris,
I don't understand what they could do to a war vet.
well, Chris was beaten. He was beaten.
Okay.
He was one of the vets. I think there was 5 vets that
The police beat during the truckers' convoy. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to keep this content engaging as possible. So,
Yep.
Chris, what happened? A quick story. And Rick, Chris, because of his past, sometimes thinking and guest speaking and stuff like that is tough for him. I was very close to getting him on tonight. I was very close, but he's trying to go back to another vet's house an hour outside so he can get closer to home. So we'll get him on his show another time. But he slipped on whatever, some slush or something, and he kind of fell into the cops, and they grabbed him, pulled him behind the line, need him in the back, and all these police officers.
I saw that video.
Yeah, all these police officers that did this, they all knew what kind of pain his body's in, so his thing is like, he didn't go there to start violence or anything, right, whatsoever. But it just happened to be that, and look what they did to our vet. So I mean, positive side, like, I mean, I've hugged so many strangers, like, everybody knows that. That's a great thing here in Ottawa. And is there any comments in the chat? Oh, sorry, Rick. Yeah, I should probably take off. I'm gonna get you as much content as possible. Okay, so we can chat again.
Okay.
I heard there is. Well, I do know this for a fact. A Big Bear Ross, I just found out about him. He has posted a couple of videos that there are, I believe, don't quote me, there's at least, I think there's 2 truckload. There's four horses. They're here. The horses are parked somewhere. The police presence on the side streets, all carrying tear gas at the side of their hips.
Of course.
So I need to. My phone's getting charged, right? So
Okay.
I want to get back on the ground and get out there and see what's happening, because I will go if there's some kind of line, if we're even calling it that. But yeah, I want to be there to document that and kind of see how this comes out.
What do you think is likely to happen? I mean, I'm getting the sense that everything's pretty calm, and that tonight things will probably just kind of wind down. People will probably disperse when they get up in the morning from their hotels and go home.
Yeah.
That's my sense, or am I off the mark?
Yeah, well, in the march today, like if you just want to talk numbers, like one fellow Canadian, he I said, how far does this stretch from how long is it? Like, how many people, right? So yeah, we kind of agreed there's 3,000-4,000 people. Last night I left Parliament at 1:00 in the morning. And at that point there was things that I saw one person get arrested, but I mean, I think he had been drinking too much, right? Like, and he let off a smoke bomb. I think that was kind of what happened. And I truly, back to the smear campaign and stuff, like making an example of that person, I believe that. Like, do I believe that he was doing anything really seriously wrong? No. So there was maybe 80 people, I think, at Parliament at 1:00. And then I took off, but they were starting to slow down. But a friend of Carla and I's, Taryn, you probably heard her name. She's been right in the thick of it, and oh, look who it is. But anyway, so that's kind of my take right now. I kind of didn't catch all the Friday night action. I had trouble parking because they had the roads blocked off. So I didn't get checked in until like 10 o'clock. And so I didn't get down there till whatever. So, I'm going to leave it at that. Rick, do you have any questions?
No, I'm grateful for you joining us on the program. We did run a couple of little clips that you shot. You're doing an awesome job.
Thanks, man.
Documenting all this. It's so important, the work, because as we've seen, it's that raw video. Guys like you on the ground shooting that video keeps everybody accountable. And I mean, not just the cops,
Yeah.
our, the freedom side too, right?
Mhm.
And that's important because it's all about truth. You can't have integrity and freedom even without truth. And that's
Yeah.
what you guys are delivering. It's so, so important.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you're eye to eye with a police officer that we grew up to respect, and again, don't get me wrong, like I have respect, but I said to him, I said, you still have a job, how you still get to go home to your kids, in my case, and we don't need to get into that, but my daughter lives in the States. I didn't see her for 2 years, Rick. I traveled in March twice. March 13th and the 26th, I declined PCR test, ArriveCan, and I was told that I was going to get fined. And yes, I've been summoned to court. Okay, I've been summoned to court to enter my own country with 6 counts, 2 trips, 6 accounts, and that's frustrating. But that's a whole another topic. So
yeah, and I've seen that video. We'll get you back on to talk about that because
Yeah.
that was crazy. I saw that video that you posted on
Yeah.
that. So pretty nuts.
And I'll leave one last note too with you before I go.
Sure.
Veterans for Freedom. I have talked to Tom Murphy, Chris Deering, of course. Jamie Glantz. We'll get them on a show. We'll all get together and have a chat so they can. So you got to really hear it. I mean, Carla did a good job doing the speeches. I'm sure my video's fine too. It looked like it. I was checking it every once in a while, so I recorded most. But you really need to hear it in a setting like this. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Rick. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'll let you get over to Carla. I see she snuck down to
She
Parliament
is
without me.
in the house. Yes.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go down, be shoulder to shoulder with her. So
Okay.
enjoy. Hopefully, everybody enjoyed that chat.
Thank you, Jeff. Very helpful. Thank you.
See you soon, Jeff.
All right, Carla.
And there she is.
Hey, Rick
Riley, Carla Olson on the scene. Intrepid reporter.
Well, Rick, I've got to tell you, there's a lot more to smile about. Oh, there's this camera. Got a lot more to smile about tonight than I did last night. You can tell the tone's a whole lot better.
Yes.
Today's kind of saved the day, right? We talked about this last night. Really went to bed last night unsure about what today was going to look like. And actually, I struggled to sleep. I did. I had a hard time because I was quite disturbed by last night. It was just that level of aggression and it never really got that much better. I finally just had to call it quits and go to my room. So yeah, I did struggle to sleep. So today was redeeming. It was a beautiful ceremony. I don't know if you were able to catch my live, but the speeches were lovely. A couple of times I got teary-eyed. The veterans in front of me were crying. It was beautiful.
Oh yeah, we ran some of your footage, some of your live, and I got to tell you, those speeches at the War Memorial, super powerful.
They were.
With that veteran who spoke about his personal situation and
the dog.
Oh my God.
I lost
that
it.
story.
Yeah, that's the one where I lost it. I'm surprised you couldn't hear me sniffing in the background.
Oh my. He just suicidal and his dog, Paw, right?
Yep.
Wow. And
it was powerful.
Yeah. And the Padre who spoke, that was powerful too.
He was very powerful. And wasn't it nice to see, because I just, the Padre, I associate him as Catholic, and I think he was because he did use the sign of the cross and whatnot. And as you know, the Catholic Church has a reputation throughout the last 2 years of being completely on the other side of the divide, right?
Yeah.
And so it was really nice to see this Padre standing in what I recognize as a Catholic robe, standing with freedom fighters. And he was definitely, he was for freedom. That's
it was
what I'm
like
gonna
point
say.
after point after point after
brilliant.
Right on target.
He was on the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great. And he
said
beautiful things.
If these anti-freedom politicians and bureaucrats, if they can't, these people saying, I don't even understand what they're protesting. If you can't listen to that and understand, then you've got a really serious problem because he was right on the money.
Rick, it's funny you mentioned that. can't understand why people are protesting. You know, if I had a dime for every time I've heard that lately, it's why are you still protesting? You know, the provincial mandates are dropped. But I mean, my goodness, last night was a classic show of Bill 100. How this government, when they snuck that bill through, you know, like a thief in the night, in the middle of the night, how much power it gave them. That they took that to the fullest level, you know. And then we're still talking about the federal things, and there's just so many things happening. And at the end of the day, we still have that divide. We saw that. We don't have the support of the police.
Right.
It's obvious. We are the criminals. And, you know, and for every time that I've heard someone say, what freedoms have you lost? Like, I'm at a place, honestly, where I don't know how many more times I can go through that list and how much simpler I can explain it. I'm at the place now where I think some people actually hear me. They understand me. They just simply don't want to listen. They don't want to care. They don't care.
And we saw some counter protesters today.
Yeah.
Give me your take on that.
Well, I mean, it was kind of interesting. The first thing that came to my mind as I looked over at the counter protesters, and then I looked back at the crowd that I was standing in, and I'm thinking, who's the fringe minority? Who are the fringe? You know, people aren't coming. I mean, it's not that important to them because people aren't coming from all over Canada to stand in counter protest. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was an interesting thing that, I mean, I was just like, it just really hit me. And I mean, I've always known that we really aren't a fringe minority, but it was just very visual for me, you know, today.
I had trouble understanding what it was they were counter protesting. What was their message, or what are they upset about? What do they not want going on?
Well, one, they don't want us being here without masks on. That's one.
Outside. Okay.
Outside. You saw them. You saw. I don't need
I never, you know what? It's become almost so normal to see them with masks on. I never even really thought about it, but yeah, I'm okay.
Well, and you know what? It's time for them to move forward too. At the end of the day, if they want to wear a mask, I don't care. If I don't want to wear a mask, they shouldn't care. But, you know, it is what it is. They think that we're being disrespectful to Remembrance Day by having this ceremony on April 30th. So one of the signs said Remembrance Day is November the 11th, not April 30th. And I forget what was under it. I have the sign pretty clear in my video. I need to look at it again. But their big thing was that. And I'm thinking to myself, hey, you know what? You claim to be free because you don't think you've lost freedom. You think we're crazy saying that there's no freedom. So if you think you're free, then Remembrance Day should be every single day for you.
Right.
Right?
And if we're free, what do they care?
And really,
to pay your respects.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, little things like, you know, they think it's like Convoy 2.0 type thing. And, you know, it wasn't, clearly.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know. They don't like anyone that goes against the narrative because they're so, at this point, I believe, indoctrinated into it so hard. They're brainwashed. It's very sad, you know. I was talking with someone today about the two sides. You know how you talk about you have an angel on your shoulder and you have a devil on the other one. And for me, I look at myself as, you know, I'm made of flesh, but I'm also of the spirit. And the spirit man inside of me looks at them with so much empathy because of the level of fear that this government has instilled in them and has brainwashed into them. They are literally living in complete and total fear every day. That's why they're angry, because fear does, you know, fires up anger. And then there's the other piece of me. So I feel very, very empathetic towards them. My heart, oh no.
What happened? Oh, we've lost Carla. We've lost Carla. Her battery must have been done in with all of the video shooting she's been doing down there. And it's been some sharp shooting. I got to tell you, she's done a great job bringing us great video all day long. So yeah, it looks like we've lost her feed. But fear not, Maverick family, for I am here with you. And we can bring the callers back online. So we're going to take a very brief break here while I reconfigure things so that we can take calls, and maybe, hopefully, Carla can fire up a battery and rejoin the conversation. But for the next 30 to 60 seconds, we'll take a brief break, and then we'll get back to some phone calls and some other live coverage of the, what are you going to call it? Rolling Thunder coverage out of Ottawa, Canada, for all you Maverick family members around the world. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
And we do have Carla back.
I don't know what happened.
I'm doing up phone calls, but we got you back. But that's good because I want to talk to you. Then we'll go back to the phones after.
Yeah. So I was just talking about, how I can have all this empathy, but then there's that other side of me, that very real flesh side of me that is just sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of the divide, and I'm sick and tired of the hate. And I'm just as angry with them as they are with me. I'm there. Yeah. Now you have it. Now you know me. The real me.
But you're good and evil. But you're still being kind and you're still being Canadian.
I will always be kind, but I can't always say that my head's not thinking another thing when I'm looking at them.
Yeah, especially when we saw all those cops line up and block the camera. Like, what the heck was that all about?
What camera?
What? No, you were standing there shooting those bikers just do that loop.
Oh,
and then all those cops come in and form that huge line. I mean, talk about overkill. But
it was ridiculous. Did you see that? And that was their idea of serving and protecting, because I did ask them, I said, I'm just curious. I said, everything was fine and everyone was staying back and we were just watching. And I said, and then you all came in. I said, did someone do something? And they said, oh no, we're just protecting you so that no one gets injured. And I'm like, oh, now you want to serve and protect. But then you would, if I stepped 1 centimeter out, they'd have taken me and tossed me into the crowd. I watched them do that so many times last night.
Yeah, it's always about public safety, right?
It's just to keep us safe.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. They're doing their part, Rick.
And just doing their job.
I mean, come on, Rick. I could have been just doing my job. I'd still be working at the hospital if I was just doing my job.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just do that job.
And then they formed up that line when the bikers kind of rolled out of there, and the cops decided for the crowd when the protest was over.
Oh, yeah.
And started to push everybody out, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Get off the road. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's been. I mean, again, you're seeing this freedom movement trying to be on their best behavior, trying to be respectful. I mean, it was respect that had Neil go to the police liaison and speak to them and say, hey, look, we want to we want to do the right thing. We want to organize this in a way that's going to be good for you and good for us. We don't want to break any laws. We don't want to upset the mayor. We don't want to upset the police. We don't want to upset the citizens. Let's work together. They went in as good people, and the police played a game, and that's all that they've done. It's been a big game of charades.
I mean, I have to be honest. I was a little bit critical.
I was last night.
I still am, because I didn't think it was wise to do this at this time. It felt like, but I'll tell you, it could have been a huge setback for the whole freedom movement.
I was worried about that last night, to be fair.
Yeah, but once again, the people are so incredibly fantastic human beings that what did we get? We got mostly love, a little bit of friction last night because of,
The
you know,
tension was really high, right?
yeah.
Everyone was on the defensive. I mean, when the people went down there and I did get the story. I didn't get to tell you this last night. So I did do an interview. I don't know if you caught it, from a friend of mine who actually was there when it was peaceful before the riot police came. So they started to do a march, and they got to what is it, Chateau? That hotel.
Chateau Laurier.
Laurier, that's it. Chateau Laurier. And then they were supposed to turn left just past the Chateau Laurier, the march. And so the people were about to turn left. But as you saw, there were all those vehicles parked down on Rideau Street. I mean, there was like 10 of them maybe. And so the people got excited because they saw vehicles. So some of them went down there and they're like, whoa, doing the whole freedom thing and just celebrating them. And at that point, the police decided that it was now an occupation. Meanwhile, these vehicles have been parked there for an hour or so. And my question is, how did they get there in the first place? Did the police let them come there, let them sit there as a setup, and then call it an occupation? Yeah. So the police decided it was an occupation. So they went to the people from Freedom Canada, because that's who's doing the march. That's who's doing everything at night. And it's the Rolling Thunder that did the ceremony today. So it's kind of two groups, okay? And so the police went to the leader of the Freedom Canada and said, I'm sorry, but now it's an occupation. That's how we see it, because your people are down there, people are parked there. We are going to begin to arrest people, and we're going to give out fines. And so the whole thing, then within moments, they pulled the riot police down. They started their formation. And then that's about when I came. So it was because a few people went to cheer on the people that were parked there, that we still don't know how they got there, if the city's blocked, but they got there somehow. They had to have been allowed.
So what do you see going on down there right now? What do you think is going to happen tonight?
I don't think anything's going to happen tonight, because after all of that, what the police were actually doing, were trying to push the people beyond that row of vehicles, just like I thought last night. And once I got the people beyond that row of vehicles, then behind the police, they towed the vehicles away. And then there was a guy with a bullhorn. One of the freedom fighters was like, everybody to the hill, they have no jurisdiction. And then people just started to, make their way to Parliament Hill, and they celebrated till around 11 o'clock at night. Very few police around that area, saw more down the side streets. And that was it. It was uneventful once they got the people past those vehicles. Once they did all of their aggression, I guess, once they were moving the line back, once they got the line to where they were satisfied, and once the people started to move up to Parliament Hill, it was like nothing had happened, and it's been great ever since. Big police presence, and they still are walking around with their rubber bullet guns strapped to them, holding on to them for dear life. They are still walking around with tear gas on their uniforms, but nothing yet.
And I think it's important for us to be truthful, honest, and provide as full a perspective as we can for people. And the truth is, some of the freedom protesters or demonstrators were shouting at cops at times. Right. There were some negative things happening, because there's a lot of emotion bubbling just under the surface, right?
Right.
So can you address that?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's always going to be some people who have just had all that they can take, and they're saying things that they really shouldn't say. I mean, today I was filming, and there was a guy just during when the bikes were doing their round, when they were driving by, and I was standing, there was a man to the left of me, and he was haggling the police, and I moved away from him, because honestly, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to be a part of it. And what I did notice, though, there are an awful lot of people in this crowd that when they would hear someone do that, they'd go up to them and they would just say, you know what? Nope, we're not doing that. Remember, we're peaceful, be kind, de-escalate. I heard that word a lot from people like intermixed in the
Yeah.
crowd talking to the ones that were haggling the police. I did hear a lot of disrespectful things called out to the police. I really did. And it embarrassed me. And I was very, very fearful that was going to just give the media exactly the ammunition that they needed. And it was going to give the public exactly what they needed. I don't want to put a stain on this movement. And I think there's a few that just can't keep quiet.
Well, after having been beaten, shot with rubber bullets, tear gassed, and bombarded with sonic cannons, I'm
Right.
surprised that people are as civil as they have been, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're very, very fortunate this weekend that it didn't escalate into something much more. I was very worried about it, but it just shows the true character of the people involved down there, which is, they're the salt of the earth, really.
Really, they are. It's remarkable. Many times I've sat and I've talked with my husband and I said, the people amaze me, how they have so much resiliency, how they have so much strength, overall, when you look at the group as a whole, and it's just mind blowing. But, there's always this little piece of me in the back of my head. How much longer can they continue to fight with this peace? How much longer? How much longer is it going to how long is it going to be before people stand up and actually revolt? Because peace is, I'm me, I'm always the one that's always like, kindness always wins, love wins. But it's just, it seems the more love the more that we show up here and show that we're peaceful, the more aggressive the other side is getting as far as this divide. I mean, we saw with the counter protesters, they were yelling it off a lot of hateful things, pure hate speech that is actually apparently punishable according to Justin Trudeau, but it's okay if it's coming from that side. And then that police brutality, we saw it once again. How many more times are the people going to remain peaceful under those circumstances? We saw a little bit of a give last night, right?
Was there anything gained by doing this weekend in your estimation? Was this a win, or was this a neutral thing, or was any ground lost?
I think it's too soon to tell, Rick. We need to see what the fallout is from the media. And I mean, I hate to say that because you and I both agree that it's not even worth reading or watching. But the sad thing is, the nation watches it, a good majority of the nation. So there will be fallout, and I think we need to measure the degree of fallout. After that, I think it's too soon to tell.
Which is why your work down there also is so important, because we know they're going to lie. And your video, it lays it all out for people, and we are trying to be balanced, truthful, right? Accurate.
Right.
That's what we're doing here right now. We, talking about the negative stuff too.
Yeah. I just go around and shoot, Rick, because that's what true journalism is. I'm just shooting what I'm seeing. It's like everyone is literally taking a walk with me, seeing things exactly as my eyes are laying on them. And it's up to them to decide and make their own opinion for themselves. I did notice, I asked my viewers to do that. I said, I'm not going to really comment on this. Tell me how you feel. Tell me what you feel like the vibe is. Tell me what you think. And I got both sides. Some people thought that, the protest or the crowd maybe needed to relax on the way they were speaking to the police, which I agree. I kind of agree with both ends of it, right? The police were absolutely out of control. Some people thought that. But at the end of it, I do think that overall, I think the people did well. I do think some people probably shouldn't have said anything. But at the same time, I do understand why, just like how you said, the same way.
Well, you've done an awesome job. This morning we picked up your live feeds, and we had thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching what you were doing. Very, very important.
Good. I'm glad I can bring it to them. I just want people to see.
Yeah, and I know you're going to go back out there and do some more tonight. So stay safe on the streets out there.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that everything stays calm.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go kind of pan the crowd a little bit, see how many people are still here. Maybe catch up with Jeff. We might walk some of the side streets and just see what's going on there. Mm-hmm. And, we'll film whatever we find. And so if you don't see too much from Jeff or I tonight, then it's been a quiet night.
Right. Okay, well, he did a good job this weekend too. I watched some of his stuff, and
he did.
Yeah, and I'm grateful to both of you for sharing with us.
We're happy to.
And with our Maverick family, our awesome Maverick family of viewers. So.
Oh, and thank you to the Maverick family of viewers. Thank you for continuing to watch Rick, because I know that you're getting the truth.
Well, everybody here misses you.
I miss everyone too. Well,
you're back.
I'm going to come on and talk to you about the new things that are happening in my life this month.
That's good.
Hey, I'm going to come on and talk to you about that. And
of course.
Yeah, I mean, I promised that I was going to. We're not finished yet, Rick. You're not rid of me yet. I promise you that.
I'm certain of that.
Yeah, I'm like a mosquito. I never go away.
All right. Thank you, Carla. Again, stay safe out there. And we really appreciate everything you've done. Great. Awesome work this weekend. Truly, truly awesome.
Well, there was a few fumbles. Like, I mean, the one guy, there was a situation when the police charged on this guy and knocked him down in front of me. My camera went all wonky and I almost dropped it. So there was kind of some fun things to watch too, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let you get back to it. We're going to go to the phones here in a few minutes, but yeah, we will be seeing more of you.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Be
Thanks,
kind. Be Canadian.
Okay. All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Carla Olson, everybody. And yeah, she's done awesome work this weekend, and we do have some phone calls waiting in the wings here. So let's get right to it, because some people have been waiting for quite a while. Now, I'm not sure who we have on the line with us right now. Might have lost that caller. So let's go to Michelle, I think, is up next. But I need to bring up Michelle into the feed so that people can hear Michelle. Just one moment while I bring Michelle up. And there we have it. I think Michelle should be on the air with us now. Hello, Michelle. How are you tonight?
I'm good, Rick. And how are you?
I'm just fine and breathing a little easier now that I see things seem to be settling down, and we kind of got through this Saturday of demonstrations in Ottawa without any real major incidents or arrests. So feeling better.
Yeah, I mean, last night when I was watching the live feeds, it was pretty shocking to see, bang, all of a sudden, the lines of police officers, and various police forces. Yes. I know there was OPP there as well. And it had just begun, and boom, there they are.
Yeah.
And I mean, we know this is, it's the politicians pulling the strings here. And I wanted to mention, I know there's a lot, looking back at the convoy in January and how the police, the various forces of police treated the protesters. Mm-hmm. Again, it was orchestrated by politicians. I remember, back in 2011, I was on strike with my union, and we decided to have an impromptu protest in downtown Toronto. And who allowed it? The police allowed it. I mean, you're supposed to liaison with the police when you have a protest, etc.
Yeah.
This was impromptu, and the police, facilitated this for us. So, watching this last night, it's just, how things have changed. Mm-hmm. It's too much. It really is.
I ask myself all the time how we kind of got here and how this huge portion of the Canadian population suddenly became the enemy. I don't know how this happened. I have some ideas, but it really ultimately doesn't make sense.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with complacency. Mm-hmm. Complacency, the times we're living in, it is easier to follow mainstream media, right?
Yeah.
And it's easier to believe the narrative. And I will admit, I work under a mandate. I work in a job that is, there are mandates galore in my job. Mm-hmm. However, And the arguments I've had with people, or debates, I should say, I've had with people is no matter where you stand on the mandates, you have to appreciate people that show up in Ottawa, whether they are in trucks or whether they are on motorcycles or on foot. You have to appreciate people that will stand up for freedom, because it is this issue today, it may be your issue tomorrow, right? So people who disagree with, the recent protests in Ottawa, have to realize that it might be their issue one day. So, mandate, no mandate, mask, no mandate, no mask, whatever. You have to appreciate people that stand up for freedom.
Yeah, because...
And you have to have that objectivity. And I mean, I appreciate, channels like yours. I mean, you were talking about, just before Carla signed off, you were talking about how you're showing everything on your channel. You were showing people, say things to police that were provocative. Okay? You're showing the good and the bad. And that is what we need to see. We're not seeing any of this on mainstream media. Nothing. Everything is negative. I watched Ottawa be interviewed. He posted, in the middle of the night, he posted this interview. He was interviewed by CTV. And, people need to go watch this interview on the Ottawa channel. And it's just the heights of mainstream media narrative.
Yeah, they were doing what I
was being interviewed.
Yeah, I saw that, and the reporter was just doing what we would normally call streeters, or person on the street interviews.
Yeah,
and she was looking. She came at it automatically from a negative point of view, and then when he just wanted to talk about positive stuff, like all these people coming into town, spending money and supporting the local economy, she really wasn't interested in it. And I'm pretty sure, I doubt very much if they ran that on the air.
I doubt it. And I mean, she's asking him his name. She wanted his, I know at the very least she wanted his first name. She may have, she also asked him his last name.
Yeah, I'm not, that didn't concern me so much. I know the reason she does that, because I did that job for so long. It's just because they want to put his name on the screen as a graphic.
Yeah, but here's a guy with 132,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. Right. Did she realize that?
No, I don't think she did.
You're asking, I mean, his name doesn't matter in this situation. But I looked at that, and I've watched that. They're associated with CP24 in Toronto, CTV.
Yep.
As of Monday, I will not be watching CP24 while I get ready for work. I have watched CP24 in the morning for years while I get ready for work. I want to know the status of the TTC. I want to know the temperature outside. It just gives me everything I need to know on my way to work.
Right.
As of Monday, I'm moving to another station. I will not watch that station again.
Yeah. She definitely had an agenda.
Absolutely. I mean, this is somebody I see all the time on the TV.
Yep.
And true colors,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Anyway, well, thank you so much for joining us on the program. We're going to move on and pick up some other callers here because they're stacking up. But thank you
very much. Have a lovely evening.
You as well. I appreciate you calling in. And who do we have on the line with us now? Not sure. I don't think there's a name up here. Wants to talk about the only way we get to where we're going to find keys is true justice in Canada and India. Are you still with us, caller? I'm not sure. Who do we have on the line?
Hi, is this me?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Hi, this is Al Diaz from Miami Beach.
Oh, hello.
And hi. It's an honor to be on this channel right now. All I have to say is that, and you can comment on this, without justice, there will never be peace. No matter how you try to cover it up in terms of turning the other cheek. It will never work. There has to be a rising. And then we will talk. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can you explain what you mean by that? It seems pretty broad, the statement. What do you mean by a rising?
Well, it's very broad. Actually, it's meant to be very broad. In other words, that if you keep on just being nice guys to these people, it's never going to work. There has to be another strategy. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not an expert on strategies. I'm sure that there are many people that are. And actually, there's a lot of information about that right now. But turning the other cheek, it's not going to work. I'm sorry. I know that many people are very Christian and they believe in this philosophy. I don't. Sorry. There has to be a rising. There has to be a strategy. I don't know how the elections are going to work out in Canada. We're very hopeful here in the United States that things are going to change. But, I heard an expression today. And it's stuck with me, and it's same shit, different toilet. I'll let you comment on this. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. Appreciate you calling in. I understand the concern. I understand the frustration. I understand when people say that being nice and being completely peaceful, et cetera, that it won't result in change. And to some degree, I do agree. That's why when the truckers went down there and they were able to exert the pressure that they did 2 months ago, you saw that they got results. And that's because they had some leverage. And so the convoy was successful. That's because there was a degree of inconvenience that came with them being parked down there with their protest, which in my view was lawful. It was a lawful protest, but it was inconvenient for some people who live in the downtown area or work there, but mostly it was inconvenient for the government, which was really the point. It's like having a strike, but not striking. If you're too nice, now you just walk around and show your displeasure, but you may not it's much more difficult to get an employer to give you the raise that you want if you don't have some leverage, right? So through collective bargaining and strikes, the labor movement is able to restrict access to private property through strikes, which is a legal precedent to look to and a comparison. And that's what gives them the leverage by withholding their labor and by setting up picket lines, restricting some degree of access to private property. So that gives their movement the leverage they need to affect the change that they want. It's no different with something like this, which is largely a political movement because it's all about freedom, and that is political. Some are trying to affect change through political means and being involved in a political party. We saw Rhonda Jubinville on for the New Blue Party earlier tonight, a candidate. She's trying to affect change by running for office. People are helping her. They're trying to affect change. Maybe you're involved with another one of the parties and you're trying to affect change on another side or in another way. But without some leverage, you really don't have anything to bargain with. So I totally understand. I've been arguing that the freedom movement, to be successful, needs to get creative. And we need to find creative ways to affect leverage, right? And that could be through lawfare, by applying pressure to people on the other side in the same way they apply pressure. If they're going to call the cops on you because they don't like your demonstration, then you call the cops on them at the first opportunity and apply the pressure back so that the next time they think twice about doing it to you. So I guess you do unto others what they, as you would not have them do unto you, right? You have to fight back. You can't just sit there and take it all the time. And you can't just sit back and let the cops beat the crap out of you. If they do, you better sue their ass. That's what you have to do. You have to fight back. And largely, that's what we are seeing. We're seeing the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms becoming involved. We're seeing the Canadian Civil Liberties Association finally, after being asleep for years, finally they're taking at least a stand on a couple of issues and becoming involved in lawfare with regard to freedom issues. So there are many things like that that can be done. What I really think we absolutely need to avoid, though, is anything violent and anything that is unlawful. But there are ways to fight back without being nice.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay. Violence. Okay. If violence worked, it'd be great, but it doesn't work. It just, violence in this case, okay, and it has been used. Obviously, many of our countries have been liberated from oppression through violence. But in this particular case, in this particular time that we're in, violence does not work. Yes. So we have to be incredibly creative. We have to understand, okay, very clearly that we are living under tyrannies.
Yeah.
We are living under tyrannies. And this is something that has not filtered through many people's minds. They still have some kind of a love affair with the police, or to me, it's beyond belief. You know, you have to face reality, number one, no matter how harsh it is. And it is a harsh reality that we're all living right now.
Yeah.
In the Western world, okay? And anything less than that, it's just being submissive to tyranny. So we have to be very creative about how to deal with the situation.
And the people who,
all I'm saying,
and people who live here in Canada and the United States, especially in Canada, they don't recognize what this is because they've never had to deal with it before. So a lot of people are complacent because they think at some point it's all going to go back to normal, but it isn't.
Yeah. Like the Germans thought that Hitler could never be that bad.
Right. That's exactly right. And people don't want to hear any of this because
and
they just can't believe it.
Sorry to interrupt you, but in every country where tyranny has come, they've had their own rationalization. Yeah. Cubans thought that Cuba was too close to the United States, that, you know, communism could never go there. Germans thought that Hitler could never be that bad, and so on and so forth. And we need to get rid of that rationalization and understand the danger that we live under, not only for ourselves, because but for our children. And we don't want this. We don't want this woke world. We want a world that is awake, not woke.
Exactly.
Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. We're going to move on. We're going to talk with Wayne, who is calling from, I'm not sure where he's calling from, but you want to talk about the protest in Ottawa? Are you still with us, Wayne?
Oh, Wayne, pardon me. I thought it was Ian you had mentioned. Yes, I really do.
Well,
I've actually, I've been sitting at home since New Year's. My lungs are under 10%, and so I'm pretty much in my bed with oxygen coupled to my nose. So I've watched the videotaping that has gone on through both of these protests. And I mean, I quite understand, because this is sort of what's been talked about for quite a few years, that it was going to happen. I'm really sad that I'm actually, my kids, my grandkids are going to live through the change. Yeah. But one thing I think could be really valuable, and I look at what happened on Friday night, and I look at what happened on the inception, the first night of the truckers' protest, which was pretty much a setup with CBC. The only time they ever showed up was when there was an activity that reared its head and looked dirty and looked antagonistic to the protesters' perspective. And I certainly hope that that can be displayed and find a way to get that out to more individuals that typically see nothing but mainstream news.
Yeah.
Not easy. I really say the veteran speech and the group around the monument. And I recall the past kerfluffle around that, where with simply some people on it and crying freedom, the government's response to that was to cage, literally put all those freedom fighters that monument was there to represent, men, women who had died for the freedoms, and they caged them. They put them in jail.
Yeah.
And when we went with the protesters and the veterans, took the fence down and cared for that throughout the whole thing, I believe should be something that all Canadians should take a look at, the difference in the rulers and how they treat and respect things that can't be very much more important than life for the well-being of others, and what has been displayed by all the different protests. And your media, there's one thing that keeps going through my mind. CBC, we pay for. We support to the tune of a lot of money. And while you struggle to bring the truth and good news, good coverage of situations that are going on, I feel that we, other parties, conservatives, other factions of the government, should be able to virtually demand a little bit of time and exposure to some of the truths and some of the behaviors that are taking place from perhaps a different perspective, just like two reporters are going to see the same event and see slightly different things.
True.
So maybe there needs to be a real twist and a support from Canadian taxpayers to have the government turn and demand that our money is being represented in ways that a good portion of the country would actually like to see come across on the 6 o'clock news. I
think the only real solution is to take the government money right out of media, so that the media can't be corrupted, so that the media acts in the best interests of the public.
Well, next election, that will happen.
It could.
Could, but should, yeah. We'll have to see what'll happen at that point. But we, by 5 years down the road, if things went on a cushy, shall we say, too many people are sitting on their hands, I think that might be almost too late.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of looking at something more current, maybe, in that, as I'm even noticing, I don't get out very much at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I am noticing that through individuals I talk to, that there's a few more people starting to recognize that there's other chapters in these stories that are being, fed to everyone. We're seeing the kind of behaviors, the action. It's interesting. A tyrannical boss on a construction site or in an accounting office is a tyrant, but you have to recognize different behaviors to see it developing and to actually feel that sting of that kind of behavior and that kind of environment.
Right.
And that's kind of why I kind of look, we really need to look to some of these other opportunities to bring a way to highlight the rather despicable behaviors and the tyranny of the individuals that may start to wake up.
Right. Well, Wayne, we're gonna have to move on. We've got some calls waiting in the wings. I appreciate you phoning in tonight, though, and please call back again. It's been a great conversation.
And thanks for taking my call. God bless.
God bless you as well. And we're moving on to Grant, who wants to talk about Russian gas from the looks of things. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. How you doing, Rick?
Well, I'm just fine. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Well, let's talk about that Russian gas. Let's see what Europe is doing now. I hear that Europe is actually paying rubles for their gas now.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else hear that?
Some countries, yes, as far as I know.
Germany?
Although I've not had time to look at those stories today, so I'm not up to speed as of today. And I know that.
Well, definitely Germany is for sure.
Okay.
100%.
Uh-huh.
They cannot not do it.
Yeah.
It's a given. That's a given. And eventually they're all going to have to.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've got a list. I mean, if you want to talk about the freedom, you want to, down in Ottawa right now, like what these guys are doing is great. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that anybody can do against this tyrant, Trudeau, is awesome.
True.
To me, that we need to do more of this. Yeah. More of this. We need all of Canada down Ottawa right now.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. You get people en masse, you're going to see a change.
I'm not sure I follow you. You get people.
What do you guys think? A mass of people. Everybody.
A mass
all
of people.
Canada needs to go down.
Okay.
Yes. A mass. Oh, I'm talking a mass. I mean, a whole country.
Wow.
Yeah. No, that's huge, right?
It is.
That's huge. That's huge, and it will work. That's how we can get rid of a tyrant.
I think I think protests are one element, one tool. I'm not convinced that they really affect change without leverage. I think that they become marketing tools in a way to raise awareness. But unless you can exert some sort of actual pressure on government that's going to cost the government something or a politician something in some way, whether it's votes or something else. I mean, I don't know. But these protests, they're effective to a point. But I think our previous caller was right when he said, you can't just keep on being nice and expect it to get anything to change. It's not enough to just walk around with your Bristol board signs and wave your Canadian flag. And I think that's what we sort of saw here this weekend. I asked Carla, will this actually make a difference? And I think it's too early to tell. I think there was a huge risk associated with doing this weekend in this way. I was very worried about it. I didn't like it. And we saw that things almost went off the rails on Friday night as soon as the thing started. That's what I was afraid of. It was like they're rolling into a trap.
I agree.
But the people are so awesome that they've exhibited a huge amount of self-control and discipline. And as Carla said, today saved the day, right? But in the end, what these politicians are prepared to tolerate is some protesting, as long as you just walk around for a little while, maybe ride your motorcycles 2 blocks from where you were supposed to, so they can maintain complete control, and then you go home and they can forget about you again. They'll put up with you on a Saturday afternoon, and then you have to go home and just be forgotten about again. You don't matter.
And then they end up calling them Nazis.
Right.
Right.
And that's
you know what I mean?
That's all coming tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
you know what's coming.
Oh yeah.
You know what they're going to do.
Yep.
But the point I'm getting to is history shows what happens.
Mm-hmm.
The only way to correct this, and I'm telling you right now, and mark my words, it's going to happen. A rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way to end this.
Well, I mean, I understand, and there's no question there is anger, frustration, a whole host of emotions bubbling under the surface. The government is aware. That's partly why they're afraid. They know that they've beaten the crap out of people and abused their citizens, at least some of them, to such a degree that there's a lot of emotion under the surface, and they don't want it to erupt into 100%. Something they can't control. You're right about that. We need to be careful to not let it erupt into something, though. I don't see how we can win anything if things get violent. So we can't achieve what we want to achieve if we get violent, because here's the thing. We want a peaceful, democratic society. How do you get a peaceful, democratic society? Through violence. The best way to get that, you need to be peaceful in order to have peace. It's a trap. It's like going to the dark side of the force, for lack of a better comparison, right? You can't sin and not be a sinner. You can't. If as soon as you
I get what you're saying.
As soon as you listen to Darth Vader and he says, "Join me, and together we will rule the universe," right? Like, no, I'm not joining you. And Luke Skywalker ultimately conquered his father by embracing him with love. And Carla, that's kind of Carla's thing too. I'm not quite there. I think we need to get creative and become aggressive in lawful, legal ways to affect change.
I agree. But when that doesn't work, where are you going?
Then we're in big trouble. And I hope the government understands that too, because they're going to lose too. If it ever came to that, both sides would end up losing. And then I'm not sure what we would end up with. There's no way to really tell.
That's the scary part.
So
right?
I don't even want to explore it. I would hope that they're at least half intelligent enough to realize that they need to loosen up, let the people live their lives, take the shackles off, stop treating us like slaves, stop trying to control every aspect of our lives, have some damn respect for people, stop all of this BS, and give
exactly. That's what it is, BS.
And you know what?
100%.
Their lives would be a lot easier. Think of how much energy and time they're investing in putting their boots on our necks.
Okay,
how exhausting
listen to me, Rick.
is that?
I got one thing to tell you.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing? My dad was an electrician, right? He supported us 4 kids. Listen to this. Supported 4 kids. My mother was a stay-at-home mother, right? He could afford a house and feed his kids. What happened to that?
Well, it's
what happened to that?
Inflation.
Yeah.
Social engineering.
Greed. I'm telling you what it is. Greed.
Yeah, greed.
We have too much government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
100% agree.
Well, Grant, I got to move on because we've got other callers waiting in the
Yeah,
wings.
no, I hear you.
Greatly appreciate the call. It's been stimulating. Thank you.
No, I love the show, and you guys doing a great job. And Carla, great job. She's doing awesome.
Yeah, she is, isn't she? She's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah, I love it.
Yeah, we actually lost our other caller there.
Get
but
the
that's
truth
okay.
out there.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Get the truth out there,
Really-
guys. Thank you.
Really
Bye.
appreciate it. And you can join the conversation tonight by calling in. And here's how you can do that.
Take care. Bye.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
We are running a little overtime tonight, and that's okay. If you do want to join the conversation, you can do so by calling 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. If you call in the next few minutes, I will take your call, and we can get your thoughts and get you engaged, and you can exercise your right to free speech here on this free speech platform, here on the Maverick News Channel. With me flying solo tonight because Brendan is off this weekend, just taking care of family things. So great coverage tonight from Carla and Jeff on the streets of Ottawa, bringing us live video, live coverage, also recorded footage and interviews with people. I think we've done a pretty good job, honestly. I think they've done a great job of giving us the material we needed to give people a broader perspective on what's been going on. And we're going to go to the calls right now. And I'm not sure who we have
proceed on how to change it
on the line. Hello, how are you tonight? I'm not sure who we have on the line. Who are we speaking with?
Is this Brian?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can, Brian. Welcome to the show. What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to be here. I just discovered Maverick. And I have a question. We live in a democracy. We had an election not too long ago. What has changed between then and now?
We had an election. What has changed? And we had, I'm not exactly sure I understand the question.
My question is, why are we crying freedom today when we live in a democracy? And in a democracy, if we need a change, we change our government. So we had an opportunity to do that a few months ago.
Yeah.
What has changed since then that we need to do something different?
I would suggest to you that democracy is not something that you just put on a shelf in between elections. That these issues are things that are constantly explored, and that there are different viewpoints that people express in between elections, which I think is a healthy part of democracy. Protesting is a healthy part of democracy.
That's I agree with that. That's a very good point, Rick. the other question that comes to my mind is there a country in the world that the freedom fighters would think is an ideal?
Today? No, I don't think so.
Is there a country other than Canada that you'd rather live in?
Well, I can tell you that I know people personally who are moving to countries like Mexico. There are people even looking at, believe it or not, countries like Nicaragua, El Salvador, as being countries that are freer to live in. And I know people personally right now, even as we speak, who are selling everything they have to escape Canada to move to those places. In fact, yeah, so that is the truth. That's how bad things have gotten here in Canada.
Is it possible, Rick, that the people that are selling everything to move have acquired everything in Canada, and they're moving because they don't have to continue to work, and they'd rather sit on a beach somewhere?
No, I wouldn't say that, because the people that I know are continuing to work and finding creative ways to do it. Other people are traveling around and have sold everything. I mean, there are a variety of things that people are doing to escape the government's grip. But the people moving out of the country, largely the people I know, it's actually a very difficult thing for them to do. Some are finding ways to survive through investments and finding creative ways to work and make a living abroad. And they're researching it very carefully, finding out how they can still legally be gainfully employed once they leave the country and settle in their new country of choice.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. It's kind of like
people I see.
No, go ahead.
These are not the people I see on the citizen the citizen videos on the streets of Ottawa.
What kind of
people I see on the streets of Ottawa they're very ordinary Canadian citizens that don't look to me like the people who are ready to move to other countries.
Well, the people you're seeing on the streets of Ottawa down there, those are the people who are choosing to stay and fight. So, sometimes out of necessity. Some people aren't in a position to move because of family ties, or everybody's personal situation is different. But I know a young lady who who lived here, and she left, and she's living out in California right now. And she's been sort of moving back and forth between Florida and like Texas. And so she's down there living and finding a way to survive and actually work as well. But she's young, and she's moved down there with her boyfriend, and she's doing her thing, right? So everybody, if there's an opportunity to escape the government's increasing grasp here, a lot of people are doing it. And it's being done quietly. A lot of people just don't talk about it because, well, they all have their personal reasons, right? They don't want to call a lot of attention to themselves as they prepare and liquidate their assets here so that they can move down there. But I have some, very specific details on what it takes to move to Mexico and live down there. And it's not that difficult. And in fact, I'm told that the healthcare system is actually as good or better than anything you would get in Canada, that you can actually get to a point where you can legally work and get some degree of citizenship down there, even within a matter of months. And Mexico is welcoming Canadians with open arms because they're skilled, educated. They have a lot to contribute to the communities they move to. There are whole pockets of Canadian communities being set up down there.
Yeah. Well, anyway, your point about the fact that democracy exists between elections is a very good one. My point is that when you talk about overreach, I think it may apply to both sides of the equation. And I think there's a lot of overreach in the protests that we're seeing right now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your call very much.
But thank you.
I appreciate your perspective.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, you call back anytime. I think it was a good discussion. I think we could explore everything you're saying.
I'm happy to do that, and I appreciate. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and I think you've got a good program. Thank you
very much. It's been productive. Bye,
Rick.
I appreciate it. Thanks. We're going to move on to Ross. How are you tonight? Have I got the name right? Ross, are you with us on the air? Ross Bryan?
Brian, I'm here.
Brian, okay, sorry. What's on your mind tonight, Brian?
He touched on it, and you said it moments ago. How did we get here? We got here because in the last election, the People's Party took 800,000 votes away from the Conservatives. If the Conservatives could unite, we wouldn't be in the position we're in right now. And that's the problem.
Do you really think so? Like if the Conservatives had won the last election, I mean, look, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you to a point.
Explain.
Sure. You had a leader in Aaron O'Toole who had taken the party pretty far left for a Conservative party. The party's still sitting over there now.
Farther left than Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh?
I wouldn't say more further left.
Because that's what we have now.
Yeah. But in terms of, there's not a lot to distinguish these days a Conservative government from a Liberal government other than fiscal policy. If you want to talk about freedom, if you really want to talk about freedom, I don't think there's been much change. The weird thing that's going on right now is a bunch of freaking lying from Conservatives. That's the damn truth. Right now, we have Jason Kenney. I noticed this just within the last day. In fact, I pulled it up here, and I don't know if I have it on the screen that I can show you. I think I actually do, because this is something, I'm glad you asked me about it, because this guy, this SOB, and I hear what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying, but these SOBs are lying to us. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to show it to you right now, and this is why I disagree with you. Okay, hang on a sec here. In fact, I can't. Okay, hang on a second here. I have to bring you back up because if I bring that up, I'm going to lose your audio. So I'm bringing you back into the screen. So I can't show you the article, okay? But Jason Kenney is now saying, right, that he's against these, what was the quote? Alberta Premier is the headline, calls on Trudeau government to end, in his words, pointless COVID-19 travel restrictions. He's now against vaccine passports, saying they make no sense. What a load of crap. This is a premier, a Conservative premier, who locked everybody down and locked people up. I mean, he literally locked up pastors, went after churches. We saw the same damn thing from Doug Ford, a Conservative premier. Hang on, let me finish. Same thing with Doug Ford. So Doug Ford's supposed to be a fiscal conservative, and he's spending money like it's going out of style, but that's another thing. I don't even care about that these days. I just want my damn freedom back. But this is a guy who just in the dead of night passed legislation that gave the cops unprecedented powers up in Ottawa to use them this weekend if they so chose. What did we see in Aaron O'Toole? That guy's so far left, and even in Jean Charest, if that guy wins the leadership of the Conservative Party, it stays as pink or as red or maybe even orange as the Conservative Party has ever been. So while they may practice some fiscal conservatism, they are not on board with freedom.
Here's my problem.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing in Ottawa tonight, and I was in Ottawa in the winter.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing in Ottawa today is a joke, and people have been brainwashed, and I know many of my friends got arrested, and they've been brainwashed as to what. I'll tell you some truth. So in Ontario, we have an election June 2nd.
Yeah.
And they say truck Ford. Okay. You're not going to vote for Doug Ford.
Yeah.
You're not going to vote for Conservative. So what's your options? You're going to vote for Andrea Horwath or that pinhead leader, but Liberal leader. Don't even know his name. They only got 4 seats in the Ontario legislature.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even vote them. Okay, so we're going to give both.
Well, Andy Horwath
To
and
the-
the NDP have,
to the-
four,
to the
have
Liberal-
40. The NDP has 40 seats right now in Ontario.
Yes,
40.
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't so you're not going to vote for Ford. He was damned if he does, damned if he doesn't in this pandemic. In Ontario and in Canada, we are held hostage by public sector unions. Is what
You know what, man? Was DeSantis damned if he did, damned if he didn't? Was it any different for Doug Ford? I would argue no. You know what? You know what we pay these damn politicians to do? To do the damn right thing and not cave in. He looks at polls every day and he's wishy-washy and he bends.
100%. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But if the NDP get in Ontario on June 2nd, they promised a $20 an hour minimum wage the day they get elected.
Yeah.
I'm a small business owner.
Yeah.
So what happens to the guys that I'm paying $22 an hour now?
Yeah, you're screwed.
I have to give them $28 an hour.
That's right. So hopefully people don't do
You
that.
understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I totally get it. The problem is, though, that there really isn't much of a choice. But in my view, these conservative politicians it doesn't matter. It honestly does not matter. What are you going to get that's any different if you get a conservative government? You know, I mean, they're all talking about freedom right now, but what does freedom even mean? Pierre Poilievre says, "I'm going to make Canada the freest country in the world." Really? What does that mean, Pierre? Give me some details. I want to hear it. Does he really mean it?
And exactly on your station, on Rebel News, True North, anything. Nobody gives an unbiased opinion, and they just bash politicians.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if the conservative from center to right you get God and out of the equation? I'm a fiscal conservative. I am a liberal at heart. I will do anything for anybody, but I'm a fiscal conservative. I will always vote conservative.
Okay.
Get God out of it. Get taking away abortion rights out of it. Get all that shit out of it. And a conservative government should be about fiscal responsibility is what needs to happen in Canada. And the whole thing, why we're in the position where we're in, is because of Maxime Bernier. It's a joke.
I respectfully disagree. I would say that we've seen even in Ontario a single voice, even one voice of true opposition is needed. And let's face it, you're not probably going to get a New Blue or even an Ontario party elected in Ontario. You're probably not going to get a PPC government. But if you even have one person elected, then they can stand up and expose or draw attention to specific issues of freedom.
I agree with you. I agree with freedom. Let me tell you why I went to Ottawa in the winter.
Yeah.
My wife worked in nursing home. She worked 32 years. When she was 18 years old. We both just she had her double vaccination. And then we got in December, unvaccinated. I've never been vaccinated for anything in my lifetime. I had bad allergies and stuff.
Yeah.
And she said, if I could go to Ottawa.
Your phone is breaking up. I'm losing your call. I can't really
hear
you.
Are you listening? Am I good there now?
I can hear you at the moment.
My wife said, if I could go to Ottawa this weekend, after she went back to work after COVID, we got it in December. And I've never been vaccinated. My son's never been vaccinated. My daughter's never been vaccinated. My wife is double vaccinated because she works at a nursing home. She was the sickest of the four of us when she got COVID. And then that's going on and on. The rally's starting. And she said, if I could go to Ottawa this weekend, I'd go. She was so sick. I went. Called my buddy Joe. We went.
Yeah.
On the Wednesday, after the first week, she had to get her booster shot, and she was sick from that. So she's had COVID. And like she has a pension. She's I'm done. I'm quitting. I'm finished. That's why I went to Ottawa. I'm fully with you. And so it's my choice.
Okay.
My choice.
It's really hard to hear you. You are breaking up. I'm not sure we can stay on the call. Can you make your point quickly for me so that maybe we can get through it?
Well, I think the Conservative Party has to unite on conservative fiscal responsibility on right.
Okay, well, I hear you. Your call is really bad. I do understand, and please call back, and another time we'll get a stronger connection.
What's your show usually on?
We're on 6 to 9 p.m. every night here on the Maverick News Channel.
I'm always up for debate.
Yeah, we can explore this in more detail, and and I think we could come together and meet on common ground when the Conservative Party is actually conservative again. And we can talk more about that.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for calling in. It's been a good conversation, aside from the static and the breakup, but otherwise we're going to move on here now and speak with.
Okay. You have a good night.
You too. Take care. I'm not sure. We don't have a name here, but you want to talk about Rolling Thunder?
Oh, hi, Rick. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, folks, this guy works hard, knowledgeable. He loves his job. Donate. Just plug for you. Sorry, last night on the hill there, they're all partying around the peace fire,
Yep.
All hours of the night. Today, they turned it off.
Yeah. The
You
eternal
think
flame.
Trudeau's watching all this
The eternal
stuff?
flame that
Huh?
they turn on and off at will. Yeah.
Oh, it does? It's not on tonight, so that's why.
I don't know. I don't have any information about why they turn it off or when they turn it. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I'm aware, but I'm not sure what the deal is with it.
Anyways, it's off right now.
Yeah.
You think the Trudeau's acknowledging all this stuff, or he's just doing his own thing? He doesn't. I don't think he really cares, eh?
I think he cares. I think he's afraid. I think he's afraid of us. I think he's afraid of the people. He has he has very specific goals. I think he's been being told what to do by people who control him for whatever reasons. I think he's a globalist. He is afraid, which is why he's trying to control those who might oppose his objectives. And I think he's very afraid of us because we are awake, and many of us do understand where it's all going. And those, and people on the other side, they don't. They think they do. They think that this liberalism, socialism is all about being philanthropic and being kind to people and sharing and making sure everyone has a turkey in the pot. And that we share the wealth and we're all in it together. And it takes a village to raise your children. And, there's no room for hate here and blah, 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 blah. They don't freaking get it. They don't really understand what the true agenda is. They're all bought into the headlines and they support the latest thing. And they're just spoon fed what they're supposed to support this week and next month. And so Trudeau's afraid of people who are critical thinkers, who watch other sources of information, who understand what is happening, who want to preserve their particular way of life. He's afraid because we are a threat to him politically.
I think he's afraid of Pat King because Pat King's got a lot of dirt on him.
Well, I don't know.
Trudeau, he gets away with murder. I'm telling you. And they should investigate him, like Pat King said, because they would find a lot of, like, I think his wife left him, right? Something going on.
Yeah.
She don't
Trudeau.
even trust the guy.
Trudeau. Well, she had, I believe she had an affair with that actor. I can't remember his name. I didn't even know who the guy was until it happened.
Is that right, eh?
I can't remember the guy's name. Actor. Maybe I can look it up. But anyway,
That's the reason, eh?
It came out in the media that she'd had an affair with that guy. And I can't remember his name. Idris Elba. Idris Elba. Idris. IDRIS Elba.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
Yeah, he's done a bunch of things, but he's not like an A-list actor. Anyway,
No,
you can look it up. You can look it up, and I think that actually she got COVID from that guy, and then.
Is that right? Eh?
Whatever, man. It's just a bunch of domestic crapola. As for Pat King, I don't think Trudeau's afraid of Pat King.
STD, COVID.
I don't think Trudeau's afraid of Pat King. I think that the government picked on Pat King because, like Jim Kerr, Mr. Bubbles, he's a character and he's got a social media profile. And when his stuff winds through the courts, they can point to him and say, look how kind of weird those guys are. They're so eccentric. They're nut bars. So it's easy to mark those people out and then smear the entire movement, the freedom movement, using the pejorative insults and paint these guys as caricatures bigger than life, that they already are. So they're easy targets. That's why they go after them. And then the media gets to pick on him all the way through the legal process, right? And you're seeing that with Pat King now. He's stuck in jail, can't get bail, and the media, portrays him as a kind of a crazy guy. So, and you saw that at January 6th. I mentioned that with the shaman with the horn and the dressing up like Chewbacca, that guy. And so in the States, they did the same thing with him.
That's crazy stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Just minor charges, and I don't know. Sometimes my daughter told me that it's all a stage. It's all a setup.
Well, they're playing a tough political game. They're playing hardball. They probably should have just charged somebody like Pat King with a mischief charge or whatever they were going to do, and then move on in a more reasonable society like we used to have. That's the kind of thing that would have gone on. Pat King would have been out of jail. All of this stuff would not be dragging on, but they're making examples of people. They're using lawfare to destroy people, destroy political enemies, to send a message to people like us, which is, don't even think about it. Don't come down here. If you do, we'll do to you what we've done to Pat King. We'll do to you what we've done to Pastor Artur Pawlowski. We'll do to you terrible things, and we will destroy your life. Do not oppose us. There can be no dissent, which is what happens when you get a far left fascistic, and I always put fascism on the left. We'll talk about that in another show. We never seem to have time to get to it, but these are socialist, communistic, fascistic, authoritarians, and that is the common denominator. They're authoritarians. They will destroy their enemies given the first opportunity because they cannot allow dissent, and everything with them comes down to coercion. Everything. It's the only way their
system. With all the corruption.
Corruption.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, that's right.
With all the corruption that Trudeau's has, I'm surprised they can't get anything to stick. The guy's got so much dirt. It's unbelievable.
And he's powerful. He's got a lot of powerful people around him, and he's handing out a lot of money. And people don't want the gravy train to stop. So that's what it is, man. If he wasn't paying off a lot of people in other ways, then he might not be quite so powerful, right? But as long as that money keeps flowing, and I'm not saying that he's handing out money in a corrupt way. I'm saying there's grants for this company and grants for that friend. And, there's a government program for you over there and your community gets this. And so, it's hard to cut through that. And they spend money hand over fist. That's corruption. And sometimes corruption is not illegal. Sometimes corruption is legal. It's just not moral.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyhow, people say just forget about it and just live your life, and
if you
can't do nothing about it.
They're not going to let you, though. They're going to control you. There's no such thing as freedom left. But we'll have more conversations.
But what are you going to
do? Just try and fly under the radar as much as you can, I guess.
I'm looking at the polls for June right now, and these it's the 905 PC 37, Liberal 36, very close. 416 Liberal 38, PC 31.
Yep.
Southwestern.
Yep.
PC 30, Liberals 28, very close.
Yep.
Central Ontario, PC 46, NDP 25, Central.
Yep.
Eastern Ontario, PC 48, NDP 29. And Northern Ontario is all NDP 34.
Yep.
PC 30.
Because they want lots of free stuff up there. Yeah.
So it looks like it's very tight between Liberals and
the Conservatives are afraid to be Conservatives because they think the only way to catch the Liberals is to be more liberal than the Liberals. And that's
right.
That's the problem that we have. And that's why we get what we get when they get into power. They try to skim off some of that liberal vote by being liberal.
Very close.
Yeah, they think that they can't. They're wrong. Stephen Harper kind of proved that. Rush Limbaugh talked about it when he was alive. They're not going to vote for you anyway.
That guy was great. I listened to him every day.
Yeah, he was awesome. We do have to move on, though. Call back again, though. I always enjoy talking to you. But we've got Phil on the line.
To you too.
Yeah, appreciate it. Hi, Phil. How are you tonight? You want to talk about the Conservative Party?
Yeah, thanks, Rick. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I just listened to the other caller there when you talking about the Conservative Party. The one thing that irritates me is how people keep voting for these same parties, despite with all these globalist ideas. I really think people should start voting for parties that start voting for their values and what they believe, rather than worrying about splitting the vote and things like that. And if they would go online and do their research as to what these parties stand for, and look at their platforms, they should look at basically voting for a party that represents nationalism, and not just. And if you believe in nationalism, vote that way. There's either nationalism or globalism.
Right.
And I think people need to just vote nationalism. And right now, I don't
nationalism
see,
good, globalism bad.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't see a Conservative Party standing for those things.
Not at all.
I used to I voted Conservative most of my life, but now I'm supporting PPC.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right on the money, and I think when people look to Pierre Poilievre as some savior, I think that their hope may be misplaced. I'm not convinced yet. Not convinced at all.
Because they had a couple of years since this whole situation started talking about freedom, and all of a sudden, since the truckers came into Ottawa, now they're talking about freedom.
Right. Where were they 2 years ago when we needed them? Right.
Exactly. And that's one thing I appreciate about the PPC and Bernie's message. He's been consistent on his message from day one.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
And that's what. Exactly. And that's basically all I had to say.
Sure. Well, you might want to tune in next Wednesday because we have Derek Sloan, the leader of the Ontario Party, the new Ontario Party. And
Yeah,
Rick
good.
Nichols, the deputy leader for the Ontario Party, they'll be on. And we also have next week, we have a new Blue Party candidate. I hope will join us. He was supposed to be on yesterday, and everything kind of went haywire, and he didn't get on. And I am very sorry about that. So we've got some new Blue candidates coming up next week too. So
yeah, I think Derek Sloan was in my area today doing a meet and greet or something.
Yep, he's in the Southern Ontario area this weekend. Yep.
Yeah. Well, all right, Rick. Thanks for taking my call then.
Yeah, my pleasure. I appreciate you calling in. We're going to move on and speak with somebody from New Brunswick. I'm not sure what the name is, though.
Hello, Maverick News. How are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good tonight. How about you?
I'm doing okay. I found you by accident. I was watching some YouTube earlier today, and then once everything kind of went quiet in Ottawa, I just started typing up Ottawa live, and then you select, today, and then your show came up there about an hour ago. And I saw your name, but I saw the logo in the back, and it said M, and it didn't match up with your first or last initial. And then I realized it was Maverick News. So I don't even know what your name is now, because I only saw you about an hour ago, and then you went to a wide shot, and so I know you as Maverick News.
Yeah, my name is Rick Walker.
And you're right. That's exactly. Yes, my name is Pete. Pete from New Brunswick.
Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. So I want to do something a little different, if I could. I don't want to give an opinion.
Okay.
I would like you to interview me. Ask me some questions, and I'll give you my honest opinion as a Canadian citizen. I swear to God, cross my heart, hope to not die, and I don't want to poke a finger in my eye. Ask me a question. As a person from New Brunswick, I see I can't get to these type of rallies just because I just can't get there. I saw the trucker thing. I know everything that's been going on. I've been watching Viva, and I've been watching Alexa Lavoie, and I've been watching you, and I've been watching anything. Who else is out there? That's there's some other names that we all know, but so. I sort of know what's going on. I saw all the raw footage. I'm a Canadian. Ask me some questions on what I think, and I'll answer.
Okay. So, do you think that it was a productive, constructive, positive thing this weekend? What was your take on it?
This weekend, I saw what was going on. My first reaction, this is just me talking. My first reaction was, oi, they're getting trapped. Please be smart. Don't. And I saw that the police had stopped them from going in. I said, okay, well, they probably shouldn't have done that, but maybe a blessing in disguise. And so they blocked off everything. But what I noticed was they were allowing I used to live in Ottawa way back in the day. I used to work on Kent Street. I can't tell you where because, but I saw that they were allowing traffic through in the same locations that the pedestrians were walking. I was thinking, well, that's probably not safe, but I just mind my own business. Yeah. I saw that the police had come out, and I love police. Believe me when I say this. Thank you for the police. But I saw they were very aggressive last night, and I thought, that doesn't look really good. Here we go again. Only it's there's no snow on the ground. But I saw some things that were on some earlier webcasts. Some people were kind of trying to pick fights with the police. I thought, okay, that doesn't look good. But for the most part, everybody was so well behaved. This is just me watching on YouTube from New Brunswick. Everyone was well behaved, Canadian flags. And I almost feel like now, if I decided to put a Canadian flag on my car or on my house, they almost make me look like I'm a bad person because I'm waving a Canadian flag. That's
right.
kind of weird, but that's how I feel about that. Go ahead, next question. If that makes any sense, I don't know.
So
they're well behaved. Thumbs up for everybody there today.
Yeah, do you think that those people down there are white supremacists and Nazis?
No.
Okay. So if you, and I share your view on that, but with politicians and even police framing it that way and smearing those people with those pejorative terms, where do you think that leaves us as a country? And what do you think we can do about it?
I am sad to say that I'm sad. I feel sad to say there's a lot of, from what I'm watching here, back east, little tiny province in New Brunswick. To me, it seems like there's a lot of because I watch live footage, and then of course then you'll see what's happening on the quote unquote mainstream news. It's not really. I'm not really getting the. The people that I know when I say, well, you have to go on YouTube and watch the live footage. They don't even want to. They don't want to. No, it's on the news. It's got to be true. It's not though. It's not though. And politicians, well, I don't know if Mr. Trudeau listens to this. He probably has handlers that probably listens to you and everybody else. So if this gets to Mr. Trudeau, gee whiz, man, stop. We don't hate you, but we don't like you. We don't really want you to be our prime minister. And there's no offense to you, blah, 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 blah. I love your mom, love, just, we love everybody, but yeah, I don't really want you as my prime minister anymore. Honestly, I don't personally. That's just me. I just don't like how you're putting too much hammer down and gee whiz, Greg, I'm seeing some stuff here. Oh, here's something for you. Totally off topic. If you have an extra browser on one of your screens, I'm hitting you with this, but believe me and trust me when I say this to you. If you can type up the words Charlie Chaplin, you know who that is. Yeah. He had done a movie when he got older in his life. The name of the movie is called A King in New York. Not The King in New York, but A King in New York. Yeah. It's with his son, Michael. There's a 2-minute little clip. Rick, please, I'm begging you. I'll hang up and you can go look for it, or I'll answer another question while you're trying with your technicians if they want to look this up. Charlie Chaplin, A King in New York, with his son Michael. Now, Charlie Chaplin is an older guy now in this clip. Yeah. I saw this during COVID. It just happened to come up. I was watching stuff, and here comes this Charlie Chaplin little clip called A King in New York with his son Michael. I watched it. If you don't want to see what Canada is right now, you got to watch that little 2-minute clip. It's an old black and white movie. It's a 2-minute clip. It's easy to find. Charlie Chaplin, A King in New York, with his son Michael.
So I'll make you a deal.
That.
Make you a deal. I've got the clip. But we're already an hour over our usual time. So you call back. You call back another night, like even tomorrow, if you want. I'll watch that clip. I'll get it queued up, and we can maybe share it with our viewers or something, and have a further discussion about it. And I'll then have a better context of it, and I will have had time to think about it. But we are running way over time. And we do have Tyler from California waiting in the wings to talk as well. So
Tyler from California, you're on next, brother.
Yeah. So
we love California. We love Ottawa. We love Canada. Thanks, Rick. Have a good night.
Thank
Bye.
you. Call back, please. And we're going to take a quick call from Tyler before we wrap up for tonight. And Tyler, go ahead. Tell me what's on your mind.
Well, hey, Rick, I promise I won't take a lot of time. So my opinion about the... Sorry, you were saying?
No, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. So my opinion on Trudeau, like how long he's going to be the prime minister, though, until 2025.
Right.
Yeah. And my question is that if his power is starting to leak, he will definitely have a lack of control of his power. If you know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I got a little confused in there. So anyway, I just worried about you guys losing your freedoms if Trudeau wins. There's got to be some other way to get your freedoms back.
Not sure.
And,
By the time we get to 2025, I'm not sure what this country will look like at that point. There's,
Yeah.
we're only in 2022. He's got 2.5, 3, maybe 3 more full years, unless there's some sort of a non-confidence vote to force an election between now and then. It's very hard to say, but they're driving so fast toward more authoritarianism. I'm petrified of where we're going to end up in 2 or 3 months, let alone 2 or 3 years. So that's where I'm at with it.
Right. And I honestly think that you guys have no choice to start a rebellion towards the authoritarianism. If you know what I mean.
Well, I'm all for a rebellion as long as it's peaceful and lawful. We're gonna have to get creative. I keep saying that, and I've thrown some suggestions out here in previous broadcasts, but it has to be peaceful and lawful. Otherwise, we're doomed. So,
yeah,
not sure.
And honestly, yeah. And before I go, I have one thing to say.
Yeah.
So, Trudeau re-elected Singh. Every members of the WF, they're all get what's coming to them, whether they like it or not, because we are not their fucking puppets. Everything we have, they're all gonna get what's coming.
Yeah.
And also, they think we're hackless animals. I have news for them. They're animals as well. What would you think that cavemen are from anyway? Even wolves didn't even existed back in the cave times, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And honestly,
at some point, we all get to Judgment Day.
Yep. And also, I have one thing to say. History's got to judge them no matter what. And I think I said my piece and I've said my time. So have a good night, Rick.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure. I appreciate you calling in. And call back again, please.
All right. Take care.
You too. Keep fighting for freedom. And there you have it, folks. Tyler from California calling back. He's become one of our regulars and always has great things to share with us. So you can support our work, the work of Carla, Jeff, and Brendan, myself, the Freedom Reporters, the Maverick News Channel. You can keep the lights on here. You can help us get reporters out into the field when it really counts, to events like the one in Ottawa this weekend, where we're shooting and distributing raw video footage, live streams, recorded interviews, getting you a full, broader perspective on things so you can draw your own conclusions, getting you closer to the truth. You can support our work by donating at freedomreporters.com. Click the hot link in the Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble descriptions, or subscribe to the channels. That helps us out a great deal as well. We really appreciate everyone joining us on the air tonight. Huge thank you to our field reporters, Jeff and Carla, who did incredible work this weekend. I think there probably might be a little bit more coming from them maybe in the morning. We'll see how things go. I think for the most part, though, things in Ottawa have wrapped up, and we might see something coming out of there tonight. Hopefully not. Hopefully it all stays peaceful and just reaches a peaceful resolution. So that has been our coverage basically now of Rolling Thunder, Ottawa 2022. A tribute to veterans, a freedom protest, a rally, whatever you want to call it. It's been called many things. What it has been is interesting, and we'll have to wait and see how productive it has been, if productive at all. Much will depend on the way the mainstream media plays this over the next few days and what impact it might have on the inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act and other things as we move forward in the days and weeks ahead, and our government tries to impose more authoritarianism on us. But for tonight, I'm going to bed. It's been a long Saturday, and I'm going to get recharged, and we'll be back here tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tune in for more of the Freedom Reporters here on the Maverick News Channel. We have the antivirus programs for your mind. Thank you, Maverick family. Appreciate everyone watching. Catch you on the flip side.